Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never thought I'd be writing this down, but I can't keep it to myself anymore. It's been eating at me for weeks, and maybe putting it into words will help, or maybe it'll just make it worse. I don't know. But here goes. That day started like any other, except I was stuck crashing in my basement. My upstairs bathroom was being renovated, and the whole place smelled like paint and sawdust, so I figured I'd set up a temporary bed downstairs to get away from the noise and mess. The basement isn't finished. It's mostly concrete floors, exposed beams, and a couple of old couches I've had since college. There's a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling that casts these weird long shadows, and it always feels a bit damp down there, no matter what time of year it is. I dragged my sleeping bag and a pillow down, along with my laptop and a hoodie, because it gets chilly at night. I spent the evening watching some random videos on my phone, trying to distract myself from how creepy the basement felt. I've never been a fan of small, windowless spaces, but I told myself it was just for a night or two. Around 11, I finally dozed off, curled up in the sleeping bag with my hoodie pulled over my head like a makeshift blanket. That's when the dream started. In the dream, I was still in the basement, but everything was darker, like the shadows had thickened into something solid. I could hear this faint humming, not from anything real, just this low buzz that seemed to come from the walls. Then I saw him, a man, or what I thought was a man, standing near the stairs. He was tall and thin, almost too thin, like his limbs were stretched out. But his eyes, they were triangular, sharp and pointed at the corners, and they glowed with this pale, sickly light. His grin was just as unnatural, all teeth that looked too sharp, like they could cut glass. He didn't move like a person. It was more of a glide, smooth and silent as he came closer. In the dream, I was frozen, couldn't scream or run, just watched him enter the space where I was sleeping. He leaned in, and that grin widened, like he was enjoying my fear. I could feel this coldness radiating off him, like opening a freezer door on a hot day. Then I jolted awake. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I was drenched in sweat. For a second, I didn't know where I was, just that it was dark and I was alone. But then I heard it. Footsteps, real footsteps, rushing away from me. They weren't heavy or loud. They were quick and light, almost skittering, like someone running on tiptoes. The sound echoed off the concrete floors, fading fast, like whoever it was had bolted up the stairs and out of sight. I sat up, fumbling for my phone to use as a flashlight, my hands shaking so bad I almost dropped it. The beam cut through the darkness, sweeping across the empty room. Nothing, no one there, but I could still hear the echo of those footsteps in my head, and the dream felt too real, too fresh. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was just a nightmare, that the footsteps were probably from the house settling or something. But the basement has always been quiet. No pipes banging, no weird noises from the furnace. This was different. I lay back down, pulling the sleeping bag tighter around me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The air felt heavier, like it was pressing down on me, and every little sound made me jump. I must have drifted off again, because the next thing I knew, I was half awake, groggy and disoriented. That's when it happened. I felt my hoodie being lifted. Not like it was caught on something or I'd moved in my sleep. This was a deliberate tug, gentle but firm, like someone was pulling it up from the back. I was lying on my side, and the hoodie was bunched around my shoulders, so when it lifted, I felt the fabric shift against my skin. It was cold too, like a draft had hit me, but there aren't any windows or vents near where I was sleeping. My eyes snapped open, and I rolled over expecting to see something, anything, but there was nothing there. Just the same empty basement, the same shadows dancing in the dim light from my phone, which had fallen to the floor. For a second, I just lay there, heart hammering, trying to process what had just happened. Then the dread hit me, this deep, sinking feeling in my gut that something was very wrong. It wasn't just fear, it was like this wave of realization that whatever I dreamed about wasn't just a dream. That figure with the triangular eyes and sharp grin, the footsteps rushing away. It felt connected. And in that moment, I had this weird sense that whatever it was surprised. Surprised that I'd noticed, that I'd caught it in the act. Like it hadn't expected me to wake up or feel anything. That's what stuck with me the most, the idea that this thing, whatever it was, had been caught off guard. I scrambled out of the sleeping bag, my legs wobbly, and grabbed my phone. I didn't even bother packing up my stuff. I just bolted up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, and didn't stop until I was in the kitchen with the lights on. I stood there for what felt like forever, leaning against the counter, trying to catch my breath. My hands were still shaking, and I could feel this cold spot on my back, where the hoodie had been lifted, like the memory of the touch was stuck to my skin. I kept glancing at the basement door, half expecting it to creak open, or for something to emerge, but it stayed shut. The rest of that day was a blur. I called in sick to work because there was no way I could focus. I spent hours just pacing around the house, jumping at every noise, even the normal ones like the fridge humming or a car passing outside. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was sleep paralysis or a hypnagogic hallucination, something I read about online once. But it didn't fit. The footsteps were too real, too distinct, and the feeling of my hoodie being lifted was so physical, so tangible. It wasn't like waking up from a bad dream where the fear fades. This lingered, like a stain I couldn't wash off. I went back down to the basement once around midday, just to prove to myself that I was being irrational. The moment I opened the door, that damp, cold air hit me, and I felt this immediate urge to turn back. But I forced myself to go down, step by step, my heart in my throat. Everything looked normal. My sleeping bag was still there, crumpled on the floor, my laptop and hoodie beside it. I picked up the hoodie, and it felt different. Not just cold from the basement air, but like it had this weight to it, this residue of whatever had happened. I shook it out, held it up to the light, but there was nothing visible, no marks or tears. Still, I couldn't bring myself to put it back on. I left it there, along with everything else, and haven't been back since. As the day wore on, the dread just grew. It wasn't just about the basement anymore. It was about that figure, that non-human thing with the triangular eyes. I kept seeing it in my mind, that sharp grin, those glowing eyes, and the way it moved. It didn't feel like a person, not even a scary one from a movie. It felt other, like something that didn't belong here, something that had slipped through from somewhere else. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized how fleeting it was. There one moment, gone the next, but leaving this imprint on me that I can't shake. By evening, I was exhausted, but too scared to sleep. I sat on the couch in the living room with all the lights on, staring at the wall. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that grin or feel that cold tug on my hoodie. I tried watching TV to distract myself, but nothing worked. The fear had sunk into my bones, and I knew right then that I'd never be able to go back down to that basement, not just because of what happened, but because of what it meant, that there are things out there or in here that we can't explain. Things that watch us when we're vulnerable and leave us wondering if we're losing our minds, and that's where it ends, I guess. I never figured out what it was, and I probably never will. All I know is that one night, crashing in my basement, something invaded my dreams and my reality, and now I'm left with this dread, this haunting feeling that it's still out there waiting. Maybe it's gone for good, or maybe it's just biding its time. I don't know. But I do know that I'll never forget those triangular eyes, or the surprise in that thing's presence when I caught it, and I'll never, ever sleep in that basement again. Story 2. That day started like any other long shift at the hospital. I'd been working the evening shift from 3 in the afternoon until 11 at night, and I was dead on my feet by the end of it. The unit was busy, lots of post-op patients, monitors beeping, that smell of antiseptic and bleach hanging in the air. I remember specifically checking on Margaret, this sweet elderly lady who'd just had hip surgery. She was in her late 70s, frail but sharp as a tack, always thanking me for the smallest things. I helped her get comfortable, made sure her IV was running okay, and she gripped my hand for a second before I left. Her skin was papery and cool, and she smiled at me, said something about how kind I was. I didn't think much of it then. It was just part of the job. After my shift, I drove home in a daze. My apartment was only a 15-minute drive, but it felt longer that night. The streets were quiet, just a few cars here and there, and the moon was out, casting these long shadows from the trees. I live on the 3rd floor, and the elevator was out, so I trudged up the stairs, my legs aching. By the time I got inside, all I wanted was to collapse into bed. I didn't even bother eating, just brushed my teeth, changed into pajamas, and fell onto the mattress. The room was dark, and I remember hearing the hum of the fridge from the kitchen, that kind of background noise you get used to. I must have fallen asleep fast, because the next thing I knew I was dreaming, but it wasn't like any dream I'd ever had. It felt real, too real. I was standing on a rooftop, cold wind whipping around me, and I could feel the rough texture of the gravel under my bare feet. The sky was pitch black, no stars, just this oppressive darkness, and I was holding someone's hand, Margaret's hand. She was right there beside me, her grip tight, almost desperate. Her eyes were wide with fear, and she was shaking. I could feel the chill from her skin seeping into mine. Then the shadows started moving. At first I thought it was just the wind playing tricks, but no, these were shapes, dark and formless, slithering across the rooftop toward us. They didn't have faces or anything, just these shifting masses that felt wrong, like they didn't belong in this world. They reached for Margaret, wrapping around her legs, pulling her toward the edge of the roof. I tightened my grip on her hand, my knuckles white, and I was straining to hold her back. My arms felt like they were on fire from the effort. Margaret was crying, soft whimpers that got lost in the wind, and I kept telling her, "I've got you. I'm not letting go." That's when I heard the voice. It wasn't loud, but it cut through everything else, clear and cold. It whispered right into my ear, "You shouldn't have interfered." The words sent a jolt through me like ice water in my veins. I woke up gasping, sitting bolt upright in bed. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. The room was still dark, but the digital clock on my nightstand glowed red. 3 in the morning. I was drenched in sweat, and my wrist hurt. I reached over to turn on the lamp, fumbling with the switch, and that's when I saw it. A bruise, right where I'd been holding Margaret's hand in the dream. It was purple and blotchy, like someone had grabbed me hard, and it felt tender to the touch. I just stared at it, my mind racing. How could a dream do that? I got out of bed, my legs shaky, and went to the bathroom. Splashed cold water on my face, but it didn't help. The bruise was still there, undeniable. I kept touching it, pressing on it, half expecting it to fade, but it didn't. It felt real, sore and ugly. I started wondering if I'd hit myself in my sleep or something, but that didn't make sense. I sleep on my back, and there was nothing near the bed that could have caused it. The dream was so vivid, though. I could still feel the wind, hear Margaret's whimpers, that voice echoing in my head. You shouldn't have interfered. What did that even mean? Interfered with what? I couldn't go back to sleep after that. I just sat on the edge of my bed, watching the sky lighten through the window. My mind kept going back to Margaret. Was she okay? I thought about calling the hospital, but it was the middle of the night, and I didn't want to seem paranoid. Instead, I decided I'd go in early for my next shift, check on her myself. The hours dragged by. I made coffee, but my hands were trembling so much I spilled some on the counter. I kept looking at my wrist, at that bruise. It was like a brand, a reminder of something I didn't understand. When it was finally a reasonable hour, I drove back to the hospital. The morning shift was just starting, and the place was buzzing with activity. I headed straight to Margaret's room. She was asleep, her breathing steady, monitors beeping softly. She looked peaceful, no sign of distress. I felt a little relief, but that bruise on my wrist was a constant ache, pulling me back to the dream. I ran into Mia in the break room later that morning. Mia was another nurse on the unit, someone I'd worked with for years. She was usually upbeat, but that day she looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. We started talking about our shifts, and I must have seemed off because she asked if I was okay. I hesitated, but then I told her about the dream. Not all the details, just that I'd had a nightmare about Margaret and woke up with a bruise. I showed her my wrist. Her face went pale. She stared at the bruise for a long moment. Then she looked at me, and her voice was quiet, almost a whisper. "Emma, I had a dream like that too, last night." My stomach dropped. She went on to describe it, standing on a rooftop, holding Margaret's hand, shadows pulling her down. But in her dream, she let go. She said she felt her grip slip, and Margaret fell, and then she woke up. She didn't have a bruise, but she'd been shaken up all day. And then she told me something that made my blood run cold. In her dream, after Margaret fell, she heard that the patient had died. But in reality, Margaret was fine, sleeping in her room down the hall. We just stood there in the break room, the sounds of the hospital fading into the background. I felt cold all over. How could two people have the same dream on the same night? And why did I have a bruise from it? Mia looked terrified, and I think I did too. She said she'd been having trouble sleeping since, that the dream felt like a warning. I asked her if she'd heard a voice, and she shook her head. No, just the falling and the guilt. The rest of that day was a blur. I went through the motions of my shift, checking on patients, charting, but my mind was elsewhere. Every time I passed Margaret's room, I'd peek in, half expecting something to be wrong. But she was always fine, sometimes awake and smiling at me. I even asked one of the docs if her vitals were stable, and they were. Nothing out of the ordinary. But that bruise on my wrist, it was a constant reminder. It hurt when I moved my hand, a dull throb that seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat. I found myself rubbing it absently, like if I pressed hard enough, it might disappear. It didn't. By the end of my shift, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I drove home in silence, no radio, just the sound of the engine and my own thoughts. When I got back to my apartment, I went straight to the bathroom and looked at the bruise in the bright light. It hadn't faded. If anything, it looked darker, more pronounced. I thought about calling someone, maybe a friend or another nurse, but what would I say? I have a bruise from a dream. They'd think I was losing it, so I didn't. I just sat on my couch, staring at the wall, and that's when it hit me. The full weight of what happened. That voice. You shouldn't have interfered. Was it because I held on? Because I didn't let go, like Mia did in her dream? And why did Margaret survive in reality, but in Mia's dream she died? None of it made sense. I thought about Mia's confession, how she'd let go, and the guilt she felt. It made me wonder if something was trying to take Margaret, and I'd stopped it. But that sounded crazy, even to me. I'm a nurse. I deal with facts, with science. Dreams don't leave bruises, voices don't whisper warnings in the dark, but here I was, with the proof on my skin. As the days turned into weeks, that bruise slowly faded, but the memory didn't. Mia and I never talked about it again, not directly. She seemed more withdrawn after that, and a few years later, she took her own life. I always wondered if that dream played a part, if the guilt ate at her. And Margaret, She recovered from her surgery and was discharged. But every Christmas, without fail, I get a card from her. It's always the same, a simple card with her shaky handwriting, thanking me for not letting go. She never mentions the dream, just thanks me for being there that night. It's been years and I still get them. I keep them all, tucked away in a drawer, and every time one arrives, I feel that same chill, like I'm back on that rooftop, holding her hand, hearing that voice. But that day, the day it all happened, ended with me sitting in my living room, staring at my wrist and knowing that something had changed forever. The bruise was there, real and painful, and I couldn't explain it. I still can't. Story 3. It was a Tuesday, the Tuesday after Easter, and the church still smelled faintly of lilies and old perfume. My dad's been the custodian at St. Michael's for almost 20 years, and since I was old enough to push a broom, I've been helping him out after school and on weekends. It's not a bad gig. Usually it's just quiet, the kind of quiet that's so deep it feels heavy. But that Tuesday was different. I just finished my last class for the day and drove straight over. The sky was that dull grey colour it gets when it can't decide if it wants to rain or not. Dad had left me a note on the sacristy door, his messy scrawl telling me he'd had to run to the hardware store for a new mop head and to start on the main sanctuary. No problem. I grabbed the big janitor's cart from the closet, the one with the squeaky wheel that always announces your arrival, and pushed it through the double doors. The sanctuary is huge. Even with the lights on, the high vaulted ceiling just swallows the light, leaving the corners in a perpetual dusk. I started with the pews, running a dust cloth over the polished wood. It was the usual routine. The silence was normal. I was on autopilot, thinking about a history paper I had due when I first heard it. It wasn't a sound you hear in a church. It wasn't the creak of old wood or the hum of the HVAC system kicking on. It was a low, rhythmic thumping. A thump, thump. Thump, thump. It was so deep I felt it in my chest before I really registered it with my ears. I froze, my hand on the back of a pew, and just listened. It was coming from the front of the church, near the altar. My first stupid thought was that someone had left a subwoofer on, maybe from the choir's sound system. But the choir hadn't practiced since Holy Week. I walked slowly down the center aisle, the thumping getting louder with every step. It was unmistakable, a heartbeat, a massive, slow, powerful heartbeat. It echoed off the stone walls and the stained glass windows, filling the entire empty space. I stood there at the foot of the altar steps, my own heart hammering against my ribs, trying to compete with this other impossible sound. It was so loud, so visceral, it felt like the whole building was alive, and this was its pulse. I must have stood there for a full 5 minutes, just listening, a cold sweat prickling on the back of my neck. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that rushed back in was somehow louder and more terrifying than the sound had been. I finished the pews in a hurry after that, my skin crawling. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something, but there was never anything there. Just the empty pews and the silent watching saints in the windows. My cousin Mark showed up around 4 o'clock to help me with the heavier stuff. He's a big guy, doesn't spook easy. I didn't even have to tell him about the heartbeat. He took one look at me and asked if I was feeling okay. I just shook my head and said, "Weird day." He nodded like he understood. He's been helping out long enough to know that sometimes St. Michael's has weird days. We decided to tackle the storage area under the main staircase. It's a cramped, low-ceilinged space we jokingly call the dungeon, full of old folding chairs, broken candle holders, and decades of accumulated church junk. The only light is a single bare bulb with a pull chain. Mark had to duck to get in. I was just outside, holding the door open, handing him boxes to reorganize. He was in there for maybe 10 minutes when he went completely silent. not just quiet, but the kind of silence where you know the person has stopped breathing. "Mark," I said. He didn't answer. I leaned in. "Dude, you okay?" He was crouched down in the far corner, his back to me, perfectly still. The space was so tight, his shoulders were almost touching the walls on either side. "Mark," I said again, my voice tighter this time. Slowly, he turned his head. His face was pale, the color of old paper. His eyes were wide, and he had this look on his face I'd never seen before, a pure, uncomplicated terror. He didn't say a word. He just lifted a trembling hand and pointed at the floor in front of him, in the narrow gap between two stacks of old hymnals. I craned my neck, trying to see what he was pointing at. The light from the single bulb was bad, casting deep shadows. But then I saw it. There, on the dusty concrete floor, was a heart. It was just lying there. It wasn't in a body. It wasn't in a box. It was just there, and it was beating. It was a dark, glistening red, and it pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm. Lub-dub, lub-dub. A faint, wet sound accompanied each contraction. It was the same rhythm I'd heard echoing through the sanctuary earlier. I could see the muscles clenching and unclenching. I could see the veins on its surface. It was real. It was a living, beating human heart, just sitting on the floor of a church storage closet. My stomach turned over. I thought I was going to be sick. Mark finally scrambled backwards, crab walking so fast he knocked over a stack of chairs with a loud clatter. He didn't stop until he was out of the room and standing next to me in the hall, both of us breathing like we'd just run a mile. We didn't speak. We just stared into that dark opening. After a minute, I found the courage to take a step forward, to look again. It was gone. The spot on the floor was empty. Just dust and a few scuff marks. There was no heart, no blood, nothing. Mark finally found his voice, a hoarse whisper. "You saw it, right? Tell me you saw it." I just nodded. I couldn't speak. My throat was too tight. We left everything right where it was, the closet door hanging open, the chairs spilled across the floor, and we got the hell out of there. We went and sat in the church kitchen, not talking, just drinking water and trying to get our hands to stop shaking. That should have been enough for one day, more than enough. But the church wasn't done with us. Later, after the sun had gone down and the place was lit only by the emergency lights, making long, strange shadows down the hallways, we had to finish up. We were both jumpy, flinching at every little noise. We were in the janitor's closet putting away the cleaning supplies when we saw it. The brooms, all of them, 4 of them, were leaning against the wall in a perfect line, and they were all moving, not falling, not swaying. They were slowly, deliberately, sliding along the wall, side by side, as if an invisible hand was pushing them. They traveled about 3 feet down the wall and then stopped, all at the same time, and were still. We just stared. Then I looked down at the sink. Lying on the stainless steel counter next to it were 3 paper towels. They were neatly folded into perfect squares, and they were sopping wet, water dripping from them onto the floor. No one had been in there. The sink was dry. We hadn't used that sink all day. This was the part that got to me almost as much as the heart. It was so mundane, so petty. A beating heart under the stairs is a nightmare. It's something you can't process. But wet paper towels, moving brooms, that's just mean. It felt personal. It felt like someone or something was messing with us, letting us know it was there, and it could touch our world in these small, creepy ways. Mark pulled out his phone. His hands were still shaking. "We need to get this on tape," he muttered. "No one's ever going to believe us." He opened his voice memo app, and we walked slowly back out into the hallway. It was dead quiet. He held the phone out in front of him, and we just stood there, listening. For a full minute there was nothing. Then a single sharp tap. It came from the wall to our left. A few seconds later, another tap. This one from the ceiling above us. Then another from the closed door of the nursery down the hall. They weren't random creaks. They were distinct, sharp, percussive taps, like someone knocking politely with a knuckle. Tap, 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 tap. We followed the sounds down the hall towards the nursery. The door was slightly ajar. The tapping was coming from inside. I pushed the door open slowly. The nursery is a small, cheerful room with a Noah's Ark mural on the wall and a big, plush blue carpet. And in the corner there's an old wooden rocking chair. It's been there forever. My dad says it was there when he started. The chair was rocking, back and forth, a smooth, steady, empty rhythm. There was no one in it. There was no draft. The window was closed. The air in the room was perfectly still. But the chair rocked, the runners making a soft, rhythmic creak, creak, creak against the wooden floorboards. We just stood in the doorway watching it. Mark had his phone up, recording the sound, the empty chair moving on its own. The tapping had stopped. The only sound was the rocking chair. It was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. The heart was a shock, a brutal, impossible image. But this was slow. This was patient. This was a thing that was just happening. A part of the building. A fact. We didn't say a word. We backed out of the room, closed the door, and left. We didn't finish our work. We didn't turn off the lights. We just walked out of the church, got into our cars, and drove away. I've been back since with my dad. He doesn't see it. He says the building is old, it settles, the pipes knock. He says the rocking chair is on an uneven floorboard. He says we were probably just tired, letting our imaginations run wild. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I felt that heartbeat in my own chest. I saw the raw, pulsing flesh on the cold concrete. I watched brooms move, and I listened to the taps answer each other across the hall. The church is still a place of faith for everyone else. For me, it's something else now. It's a place where the walls have a pulse, where the furniture moves when no one's looking, and where something leaves little wet gifts for the custodians. I still help my dad, but I never go alone anymore, and I never, ever go under the stairs. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it wants. I just know that it's there, and some Tuesdays, it decides to let you know it's awake. Story 4. The day it happened was a Tuesday, middle of the week. Nothing special about it. I'd taken the day off work because I had some errands to run, and the weather was overcast. The sky, this dull grey that made everything look washed out. I remember waking up feeling fine, normal, but as soon as I stepped outside, that usual heaviness was there, clinging to the air like damp cloth. My house is just a couple of streets away from the park, so I walk past it often, but that day I decided to cut through it on my way to the shops. I don't know why. Maybe I was feeling lazy, or maybe some part of me was drawn to it, like it was pulling me in. As I entered the park, the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Not just quiet, but dead silent, like someone had hit mute on the world. No birds chirping, no kids playing, even though it was the middle of the day. The grass was a bit too green, almost unnaturally so, and the trees stood still, not a leaf rustling. I've always thought the park had this weird vibe, but that day it was amplified. I could feel the history seeping up from the ground, that bitterness the old-timers talk about. It's not something you can see, but you sense it, a coldness that has nothing to do with the weather. I started walking along the main path, my footsteps sounding too loud on the gravel. The park isn't huge, but it's got these old gnarled trees and patches of wild bushes that seem to hide things. About halfway in, I saw one of those historical markers, faded and worn, talking about the munitions site. I'd read it before, but that day, the words felt sharper, like they were accusing me of something. Site of significant wartime production, it said, but all I could think about were the Albion fires. I'd read online that a fire broke out in one of the storage buildings back in the 40s, killing dozens of workers, and their bodies were never properly accounted for. Some say they were buried right here in unmarked graves because no one wanted to deal with the paperwork or the shame. As I stood there, a chill ran down my spine, and I shoved my hands into my pockets. The air felt colder suddenly, like the temperature had dropped a few degrees. I glanced around, but there was no one else in sight, just me and this empty park with the grey sky pressing down. I decided to keep walking, heading toward the older part of the park, where the trees are thicker and the paths get narrower. That's where people say the whispers come from, the ones that sound like voices from the past. I'd never paid much attention to those stories before, figured it was just kids scaring each other, but that day I started to wonder. The path curved around a cluster of oak trees, and I noticed something odd. The ground was uneven in spots, like it had been disturbed recently. Little mounds of dirt, not big enough to be graves, but enough to make me pause. I knelt down, brushing away some leaves, and my fingers touched something cold and metallic. It was a rusted piece of metal, maybe part of an old tool or something from the munitions days. I picked it up, and it felt heavy in my hand, like it was weighed down with more than just rust. That's when I heard the first whisper. It was faint, almost like the wind, but there was no wind. It sounded like someone murmuring, too low to make out words, but it sent a jolt through me. I dropped the metal piece and stood up fast, my heart starting to pound. "Hello?" I called out, but my voice sounded small and stupid in the silence. No one answered. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination, but the feeling didn't go away. It was like someone was watching me, and not in a friendly way. This deep, gnawing sense that I wasn't alone. I decided to get out of there, but as I turned to leave, the whispers got louder. Not voices I could understand, but this buzzing like a swarm of insects or distant chatter. It seemed to be coming from the ground right under my feet. I remember thinking, this is crazy, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe, and I could smell something faint and acrid, like old smoke or burnt metal. It reminded me of the stories about the fires, how they said the air was thick with ash and the smell of explosives for days after. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I started walking faster, not caring about the path anymore. I just wanted to get home. But the park seemed to stretch out, like the trees were moving to block my way. I've walked through here 100 times, but that day everything looked different. The shadows were longer, darker, and I kept seeing movement out of the corner of my eye. Little flickers, like someone darting behind a tree. But when I looked, there was nothing. My breath came in short gasps, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back even though it was cold. Then I heard it clearly for the first time. A voice, low and raspy, saying something like, "Help us," or "Get out." I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Who's there?" I shouted, but the only response was another whisper, this time from my left. It felt like fingers brushing against my ear, cold and damp. I swatted at the air, but there was nothing. That's when the fear really set in, this raw, gut-level terror that made my hands shake. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything, but in that moment, I was convinced something was wrong with this place, something buried deep that didn't want me there. I started running, my feet slipping on the gravel, and the whispers followed me, growing into a chorus of murmurs and sobs. It was like I was surrounded by invisible people, all talking at once, their voices overlapping in a chaotic mess. I could pick out bits and pieces, words like fire, trapped, no escape. It was horrifying because it felt real, not like some made-up horror movie. These were sounds of pain and desperation, and they were coming from everywhere, but especially from the ground. I remember stumbling over one of those uneven patches and falling hard, my knees scraping on the dirt. As I pushed myself up, my hand sank into the soil, and it felt warm, almost alive, like it was pulsing. That's when I saw it. a faint glow coming from the ground, a pale, sickly light that seemed to seep up from between the blades of grass. It wasn't bright, but in the dim daylight it stood out, flickering like a dying ember. I scrambled back, my mind racing. Was this some kind of gas leak or something? But it didn't smell like gas. It smelled like old bones and decay. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and I felt a pressure building in my ears, like I was deep underwater. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The sounds were inside my head now, a constant drone of misery. I got to my feet and ran again, not looking back. The park exit felt miles away, but I could see it in the distance, the gate leading to the street. As I got closer, the whispers started to fade, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I glanced over my shoulder and saw something that made my blood run cold. Shadows moving across the ground, not cast by anything I could see, but shifting and twisting like living things. They were human-shaped, but blurred, like figures from an old photograph, and they were following me, gliding over the grass without making a sound. My lungs burned, and I could taste copper in my mouth like I'd been running for hours. I burst through the gate and onto the sidewalk, stumbling into the street. Cars honked, and someone yelled at me to watch where I was going, but I didn't care. I just kept running until I reached my house, fumbling with the keys and practically falling inside. I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, my whole body trembling. The whispers were gone, but the echo of them lingered in my ears, and that smell of smoke and decay clung to my clothes. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, jumping at every little noise. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd overheard some kids playing, or it was the wind through the trees, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. That park has a history, and that day, it felt like it woke up. I've never gone back, not even during the day. Sometimes at night, I'll look out my window toward the park, and I'll see those faint glows or hear a whisper carried on the breeze. I don't know what happened, and I can't explain it to anyone without sounding insane. All I know is that the land there isn't just dirt. It's a place where the past isn't finished, and it doesn't forgive. Story 5. I remember stumbling into the kitchen, the floorboards creaking under my feet in that way they did, like the house was sighing. The air always felt a bit thick in there, stale, with a smell of old wood and something else I could never place. Kind of sweet and sour at the same time, like flowers left too long in a vase. I grabbed a bowl of cereal and sat at the table, trying to shake off the grogginess. The thermostat was acting up again. It would crank itself up to like 80 degrees for no reason, and we'd have to go reset it. Dad had checked the wiring a dozen times, said it was fine, but it kept happening. That morning it was blasting heat, and I was sweating in my pajamas. I got up and turned it down, feeling the usual prickle on my neck, like someone was watching me. I'd gotten used to that feeling, but it never stopped being creepy. After school, I had band practice, so I wasn't home until later. But let me backtrack a little, because to understand why that day was so messed up, you need to know some of the stuff that had already gone down. When we first moved in, my dad told us about seeing this old man in the living room one night. He was sitting in the corner armchair, wearing a bow tie and a suit, just staring into space. Dad said he looked solid, real, until he blinked and the guy was gone. Vanished. Poof. Dad didn't tell us kids about it right away. He didn't want to scare us. But a few months later, the original owner's granddaughter stopped by. She was an older lady, really nice, and she brought over some photos of the house from back in the day. One of them showed this man sitting in that exact chair, bow tie and all. She said it was her grandfather, the one who built the place. Dad's face went white when he saw it. That's when he started believing. The house had a rough history. The granddaughter told us that a long time ago, their teenage son was crushed in a railroad accident. Horrible way to go. And their daughter, she drank carbolic acid, some kind of cleaning stuff, and died too. Both funerals were held in the parlor, which is what we used as our living room. Knowing that made every creak and shadow feel heavier. Sometimes I'd be in there watching TV, and I'd get this cold spot, like a draft that came out of nowhere. The TV would flicker on and off, even when it was plugged in fine. Mum thought it was the wiring, but Dad and I knew better. A few months before that day, I'd been messing around with a tape recorder my uncle gave me. I was into music, thought I'd record some songs or whatever. I was in my room just talking nonsense into the mic, testing it out. When I played it back, there was this part where I hadn't said anything, but there was a voice. It was raspy, old-sounding, like someone with a sore throat, and it said, "I believe the booger man has a hold of you." Freaked me the hell out. I played it for my dad, and he just stared at the recorder, his hands shaking a little. We never heard it while I was recording, only on playback. After that, I didn't touch the thing for weeks. So, back to that day. After school, I had band practice until around 5 o'clock. It was getting dark earlier because of the season, and the walk home felt longer than usual. The leaves were crunching under my shoes, and the wind had this bite to it that made me shove my hands in my pockets. Our house was at the end of the street, kind of isolated, with big trees casting shadows that stretched across the lawn. As I got closer, I noticed the lights were on in the kitchen, which was weird because Dad usually kept them off to save on electricity. I didn't think much of it at first, just figured he was in there making dinner or something. When I reached the front door, I fumbled for my keys. The lock was old and stiff, and it always took a couple tries to get it open. As I was struggling, I heard footsteps inside, heavy ones, like someone walking fast. I assumed it was Dad, so I yelled, "Hey, I'm home," through the door. No answer. Finally, I got the door open and stepped into the hallway. The house was quiet, too quiet, except for the hum of the fridge from the kitchen. I dropped my backpack by the stairs and headed toward the kitchen, expecting to see Dad. But when I walked in, he was standing by the sink, his back to me, and he was rigid like a statue. His shoulders were tense, and he had one hand gripping the countertop so hard his knuckles were white. "Dad!" I said, and he jumped, spinning around to face me. His eyes were wide, scared, and he was breathing fast like he'd just run a mile. "What's wrong?" I asked, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. He stared at me for a second, then shook his head. You just got here?" he asked, his voice shaky. "Yeah, like 2 minutes ago. Why?" He ran a hand over his face, and I could see he was pale, sweating a little. "I saw you," he said, almost whispering. "I saw you walk in the front door and come straight to the kitchen 5 minutes ago. I was in here getting a glass of water, and I heard the door open, and there you were. You didn't say anything, just walked past me and went toward the pantry. I called your name, but you ignored me. Then you were gone." My blood went cold, like ice cold. I felt a shiver run down my spine, and the hair on my arms stood up. "What are you talking about? I wasn't here. I was at band practice until 5, you know that." "I know," he said, his voice low, "but I saw you, clear as day. You were wearing the same jeans and jacket you have on now. You walked right in, didn't even look at me. I thought you were messing with me, so I followed you into the pantry, but when I looked, no one was there. The door was still closed, like no one had been in there." We both stood there, silent, just staring at each other. The air in the kitchen felt thick, oppressive, and I could hear the clock on the wall ticking, each second sounding louder than it should. I remember the smell of whatever Dad had been cooking, maybe soup, and it mixed with that weird, sweet, sour odor of the house, making me feel nauseous. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I had this urge to look over my shoulder like someone was behind me. Dad finally broke the silence. "Let's check the house," he said, and his tone was all business, but I could tell he was scared. He grabbed a flashlight from the drawer, even though it wasn't fully dark yet, and we started moving through the rooms. The living room was empty, the armchair in the corner looking innocent, but I couldn't help picturing that old man sitting there. The TV was off, but for a second, The screen flickered, like it was trying to turn on. We both saw it and froze, but then it stopped. We went upstairs, my room first. Everything was normal. Bed messy, clothes on the floor, the tape recorder on my desk where I'd left it. But when I glanced at it, I felt a chill remembering that voice. I believe the booger man has a hold of you. What did that even mean? I never found out. Dad checked the closet, under the bed, but there was nothing. We moved to my parents' room, the bathroom, all clear. The whole time the house felt alive, like it was breathing with us, watching us. Back downstairs, we ended up in the living room again. Dad sat on the couch and I perched on the edge of the armchair. Not the one where he'd seen the ghost, the other one. We didn't talk for a while, just listened. The house was creaking the way old houses do, but tonight it sounded different, more intentional, like footsteps, soft ones pacing somewhere above us. We both heard it and looked at each other. Dad stood up, his jaw tight. "Stay here," he said, and he went back upstairs, flashlight in hand. I stayed put, my hands gripping the arms of the chair. I could feel the fabric, rough under my fingers, and I noticed a stain on it that I'd never seen before, dark, like water or something. My mind raced back to the funerals held in this room. I imagined people crying, the coffins right where I was sitting. The air got colder, and I wrapped my arms around myself. From upstairs, I heard Dad moving around, doors opening and closing. Then, silence. Too long of a silence. I called out, "Dad, you okay?" No answer. My heart started hammering again. I stood up thinking I should go check, but my legs felt weak. That's when I heard it. A faint whispering, coming from the corner where the armchair was. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like an old man's voice, raspy, just like on the tape. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The whispering stopped, and then the thermostat in the hallway clicked on, cranking up the heat. I could feel the warm air blowing from the vent, but it didn't warm me up. Instead, I felt colder, like the chill was seeping into my bones. Dad came back down, his face grim. "Nothing up there," he said, but he looked spooked. But let's just sit tight until your mom gets home." We didn't talk much after that. We stayed in the living room, him on the couch, me back in the chair, both of us jumpy at every sound. The TV flickered a couple more times, but we ignored it. I kept thinking about what Dad saw, my doppelganger or whatever it was. Walking in like me, acting like me, but not me. Why would something imitate me? Was it trying to trick him? Or was it a warning? I didn't know, and that not knowing was the worst part. The fear wasn't just about seeing a ghost. It was about something pretending to be me, invading our space in a way that felt personal, violent almost. When Mum got home an hour or so later, we told her everything. She tried to brush it off, said we were letting our imaginations run wild, but she could see how shaken we were. We ended up eating dinner in near silence, the usual clatter of forks and plates feeling too loud. That night, I barely slept. Every noise had me bolting upright, expecting to see myself standing in the doorway or that old man in the chair. Dad didn't sleep much either. I heard him pacing downstairs a few times. The next day, things calmed down, but the memory of that evening never left us. We never saw the doppelganger again, and the other stuff, the thermostat, the TV, the whispers, eventually faded, or maybe we just got used to it. But that one day, when Dad saw me before I was there, it changed something in us. We both knew, without saying it, that there are things in this world that don't make sense, things that can reach out and touch you in ways you can't explain. Even now, years later, I'll sometimes wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I hear that raspy voice or see a shadow that looks like me, and I still don't have any answers. It just happened, and then it stopped, leaving us with this cold, hollow feeling that never really went away. 3. Story 6. It was a Saturday in late summer, the kind of day that starts off perfect and just gets better. Me and a bunch of friends from college had planned this camping trip up in the mountains, a place we'd been to before. It was supposed to be fun, hiking, sitting around the fire, telling dumb jokes. But my friend, he's the adventurous type, always looking for something new. He'd heard about this secluded stream a couple miles away from our main campsite, supposedly full of trout, and he talked me into going with him to check it out. The rest of the group was cool with it. They were gonna stay put, drink some beers, and relax. So around midday, we packed up our fishing gear, a small tent and some supplies, and we headed off. The walk wasn't too bad at first. The sun was high, and the air was warm, but not too hot. We followed a narrow trail that wound through dense woods, mostly pine trees so tall they blocked out a lot of the sky. You could smell that earthy scent of damp soil and pine needles, and the only sounds were our footsteps and the occasional bird chirping. My friend was in a good mood, joking around, but I remember starting to feel a little off as we got deeper in. It was too quiet, like the woods were holding their breath, but I brushed it off. I figured it was just because we were away from the group. After about an hour of walking, we found the stream. It was exactly how he'd described it, a clear, fast-moving ribbon of water cutting through a small clearing, surrounded by those towering pines. On one side, there was this massive boulder, maybe twice my height, all grey and mossy. It felt like our own little secret spot. We decided to set up camp right there against the boulder. We built a simple lean-to using some branches and a tarp we'd brought, tying it to the rock so it would give us some shelter. It wasn't fancy, but it felt cozy. We spent the afternoon fishing, and we actually caught a few trout. We cleaned them and cooked them over a small fire we made, eating as the sun started to dip below the trees. That's when the unease really set in. As the light faded, the woods got darker faster than I expected. The full moon was out, which helped a little, casting this pale, silvery glow over everything. But instead of feeling peaceful, it made the shadows deeper and more jagged. The pine trees looked like giants standing guard, and every little noise, a twig snapping, the stream gurgling, seemed louder, more intentional. My friend noticed it too. He stopped joking and started looking around more often, like he was waiting for something. We decided to turn in early, mostly because there wasn't much else to do. We crawled into the lean-to, which was really just big enough for the two of us to lie down side by side. I remember the ground was hard and uneven, and I could feel every little rock through my sleeping bag. We zipped up the tent flap, it was one of those cheap nylon tents, and tried to get comfortable. But I couldn't shake this feeling that we weren't alone. It was like a weight on my chest, making it hard to breathe normally. Then I saw him. I was lying on my side, facing the opening of the lean-to, and I glanced out through the mesh window. That's when I spotted the man. He was just standing at the edge of the clearing, maybe 30 feet away, silhouetted against the moonlit trees. He wasn't moving at all, just standing there, watching us. I couldn't see his face or any details, just this dark, human-shaped outline. My heart started pounding so hard I thought my friend would hear it. I nudged him, and he looked over. We both froze, staring out at this figure. He didn't make a sound, didn't shift his weight, nothing. It was like he was part of the scenery, but he wasn't. After what felt like forever, maybe a minute or two, he just vanished. Not like he walked away. 1 second he was there, the next he was gone. No sound, no movement, just gone. We whispered to each other, trying to convince ourselves it was a trick of the light, or maybe a deer standing on its hind legs or something stupid like that. But we both knew it wasn't. The air felt colder suddenly, and I could hear my own pulse in my ears. We decided to stay quiet and wait, hoping it was nothing. But then the footsteps started. At first, it was just soft, barely audible steps circling our camp. They'd come from one direction, then stop, then start up from another. It was like someone was pacing around us, taking their time. The sound was light, almost careful, but it got closer with each pass. I could hear the crunch of pine needles underfoot and sometimes a faint rustle like fabric brushing against branches. My friend and I were pressed together, not saying a word, just listening. Every time the footsteps paused, I'd hold my breath, waiting for them to start again. They did, always a little nearer, a little more deliberate. It felt like we were being sized up like prey. Then came the zipper-like sound. We were both lying there, tensed up, when we heard it, a sharp metallic rasp, like someone pulling a zipper slowly. But we hadn't moved and our tent zipper was shut. The sound was right outside, close to where our heads were. It lasted a couple of seconds, and then there was a tearing noise. That's when I realized it wasn't a zipper. It was a blade slicing through the tent fabric. I felt a rush of cold air as the material gave way, and I saw a long, clean cut appear right above us, letting in a sliver of moonlight. That was the moment pure terror took over. We didn't think, we just moved. We scrambled out of the sleeping bags, unzipped the tent flap, our hands shaking so bad it took a couple tries, and bolted into the woods. We didn't even put on our shoes. We were barefoot, running blindly into the dark. The ground was rough, covered in sharp rocks, twigs and pine cones that dug into our feet with every step. Branches whipped at our faces and arms, tearing at our skin like claws. I could feel stinging cuts on my cheeks and the soles of my feet burning, but I didn't care. All I could think was, run, run, don't stop. Behind us, we heard heavy footsteps crashing through the undergrowth. They were loud and fast, like whoever it was wasn't even trying to be quiet anymore. He was chasing us, and he was gaining ground. I could hear his breathing, raspy and uneven, and the sound of him pushing through bushes and snapping branches. My friend was right beside me, panting, and I could see the fear in his eyes every time the moonlight broke through the trees. We didn't speak, just ran, our bodies slamming into trees and stumbling over roots. It was pitch black in spots, and we had no idea where we were going. We just kept moving, driven by this primal need to get away. At one point I tripped and fell hard, scraping my knees and hands on the rough ground. My friend helped me up and we kept going, but the footsteps were closer now. I could almost feel him right behind us, his presence like a cold shadow. We ducked under low-hanging branches and leaped over fallen logs, our lungs burning with every breath. The chase felt endless, like we were stuck in some nightmare loop. Time lost all meaning. It could have been minutes or hours, but it felt like forever. Eventually, the sounds behind us started to fade. Maybe he got tired, or maybe we lost him in the thick woods. We didn't stop to check. We just kept running until our legs gave out, and we collapsed against a tree, gasping for air. We were both shivering, covered in sweat and dirt and blood from the cuts. Our feet were a mess, bruised, bleeding and caked with mud. We huddled together, listening, but all we heard was the wind in the trees and our own ragged breathing. The woods were silent again, but it wasn't a comforting silence. It felt heavy, like something was still out there, watching. We stayed like that for what felt like ages, too scared to move. Slowly, the sky started to lighten, turning from black to grey to a pale blue. Dawn was breaking. The fear didn't go away, but the exhaustion took over. We were lost, completely disoriented. We had no idea which way was back to camp or to the main group. We just started walking, hoping we'd find a trail or something familiar. After stumbling around for a while, we finally found a narrow path that looked like it might lead somewhere. We followed it, our feet aching with every step, and eventually we recognized the area near our main campsite. Relief washed over us, but it was short-lived. When we got back to the clearing where we'd set up the lean-to, we saw it. Our tent was shredded to pieces. The fabric was torn in multiple places, like someone had taken a knife to it in a frenzy. Our sleeping bags were ripped open, and our belongings were scattered all over the ground. Fishing gear, food, everything was tossed around like a tornado had hit it, but nothing was missing as far as we could tell. It was just destroyed. We didn't stick around to investigate. We gathered what we could and hurried back to the main group. They were just waking up, and when they saw us, barefoot, bloody and shaking, they knew something was wrong. We tried to explain, but the words came out jumbled. We told them about the man, the chase, the destroyed camp. They helped us clean up and get out of there fast. We never went back to that stream, and we never went camping again, not even in a crowded, safe-looking park. To this day, I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. Was he some deranged person living in the woods? A hunter who got spooked? I have no idea. But the thought that he could still be out there, waiting, haunts me. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I'll hear a noise outside and my heart will race. And I'll remember that feeling of being hunted. I'll never forget the sight of him standing there, motionless under the full moon, or the sound of that blade slicing through our tent. It's like a scar that never heals. I just hope nobody else ever has to go through something like that. Story 7. It was one of those mornings that starts off all wrong, and you just know it's going to be a bad day. The kind where the air feels heavy and everything is too quiet. I woke up early, around 6, because I heard something outside. A car engine too loud for that hour, and then a sickening thud. I didn't think much of it at first. We live on a quiet street, but sometimes people speed through, especially when it's misty like it was that day. The mist was thick, clinging to the windows like a ghost, and I could barely see the road from my bedroom. I got up, pulled on some sweats, and went downstairs to make coffee. My stepdad was already in the kitchen, grumbling about the noise. He's never been a morning person, and he's even less so when something disrupts his routine. Willow, our scruffy grey cat, had been acting weird all week, more restless than usual. She'd been with us for about 4 months, ever since she showed up on our porch one rainy afternoon, determined to get inside. My stepdad didn't want her at first. He's not really an animal person, but she darted in one day when Mom opened the door, and she never left. She brought this wild warmth to the house, you know, like she'd seen things, been places, and now she was choosing us. That morning, though, she wasn't around. Normally she'd be waiting by the back door, eager to go hunt in the yard. She loved being outside, even in the mist. Mom always said Willow had a bit of the wild in her, and that's why she was such a good hunter. She'd bring us mice or birds, like little gifts, and then curl up in Mom's study by the window where the sunlight hit in the afternoons. She had this favorite spot right on the old armchair Mom keeps in there, and she'd nap for hours, her fur smelling like earth and rain, like she'd just come in from a storm. I finished my coffee and decided to check outside. The mist was still thick, and the grass was wet under my slippers. I walked toward the road, and that's when I saw her. Willow was lying near the curb, not moving. Her grey fur was matted with mud, and one of her legs was twisted in a way that made my stomach lurch. There was a little blood on the pavement, smeared where she must have been hit. I froze for a second, my heart hammering in my chest, and then I ran over. She was still warm, but she wasn't breathing. I knew she was gone. I started crying right there, kneeling on the wet asphalt. I don't know how long I stayed, but eventually my stepdad came out. He saw me inside, his face tightening. He helped me carry her inside, and we laid her on an old towel in the laundry room. Mom came down, and when she saw Willow, she just broke down. She loved that cat more than anything. Willow had this way of knowing when Mom was stressed. She'd jump onto her desk in the study and purr, rubbing against her hands until Mom smiled. We decided to bury her in the backyard, under the plum tree. It was her favorite spot to lounge when it was sunny, and the tree was in bloom, with pink flowers that would fall like snow when the wind blew. My stepdad dug the hole, while Mom and I wrapped Willow in one of her favorite blankets, the one she always slept on in the study. It was hard, digging in the wet earth, and the mist hadn't lifted, so everything felt damp and cold. We placed her in the hole, and Mom said a few words about how much we'd miss her. I threw in a handful of dirt, and it sounded too final, like closing a door you never wanted to shut. After that, the day dragged on. We were all quiet, lost in our own thoughts. I kept expecting to see Willow dart through the room or hear her meow at the door. We have another kitten, a little black one that Willow had taken under her wing. They'd play together, and Willow would groom her like she was her own. The kitten was hiding under the couch that day, like she knew something was wrong. As the afternoon wore on, the light started to fade. It was one of those early evenings where the sky turns grey and the world feels smaller. We were all in the living room, not talking much, when Mom called us into her study. Her voice was shaky, and I could tell something was off. The study is this cozy room with bookshelves and that old armchair by the window. It's where Willow spent most of her time when she was inside. When we walked in, the first thing I noticed was the smell. It hit me like a wave, that distinct, earthy, rain-washed scent that was so uniquely Willow's. It was strongest by the window, right where she used to nap. I stopped dead in my tracks, and Mom was standing there, her hand over her mouth. My stepdad looked around, his eyes wide, like he was trying to find the source. "Do you smell that?" Mom whispered, and her voice was so quiet it was almost lost in the silence. I nodded, my throat tight. It was unmistakable. That smell was something I'd know anywhere, like wet leaves and fresh soil, with a hint of something wild, like the forest after a rain. Willow always had it, even when she'd just come inside from hunting. We'd joke that she carried the outdoors with her, but she was gone. We'd buried her just hours ago under the plum tree. There was no way that smell should be here, not this strong, not filling the room like she'd just walked in and settled down. We all stood there for what felt like forever, just breathing it in. Then slowly, I started to feel this presence. It's hard to describe, but it was like the air got heavier, and I could almost feel Willow in the room with us. Not in a scary way at first, but comforting, like she was checking on us. I glanced at the armchair, half expecting to see her curled up there, but it was empty. The cushion was slightly indented like it always was after she'd been lying there. But we hadn't touched it all day. My stepdad shifted uncomfortably. "This is weird," he muttered. And he's not one to admit things like that. He's practical, grounded, but even he looked spooked. We sat down on the floor, near the window, not saying much. The scent was so strong it was almost overwhelming, like she was right there with us. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up, and a chill ran down my spine. It wasn't cold in the room. The heat was on, but there was this draft, this subtle shift in the air that made me shiver. Mom reached out and held my hand, her fingers cold. "She's here," she said softly, and her eyes were filled with tears. I can feel her. And I could too. It was this unsettling feeling, like someone had walked into the room and was standing behind us. But when I turned, there was nothing. The kitten crept out from under the couch and came into the study, her tail puffed up. She sniffed the air around the armchair and let out a little meow, like she was greeting Willow. That sent another wave of chills through me. Animals know things, right? They sense stuff we can't. We sat like that for what felt like hours, just soaking in that strange comfort. The light outside faded completely, and the room got dark, but none of us moved to turn on the lamp. The scent was still there, wrapping around us like a blanket. I kept thinking about Willow, how she'd purr when we petted her, how she'd bring us gifts from the yard, how she'd curl up in Mom's lap while she worked. It felt like she was telling us she was okay, that she wasn't really gone. But then, as suddenly as it had come, the scent started to fade. It didn't drift away slowly. It was like someone had opened a window and let it out. One moment it was there, strong and vivid, and the next it was gone, vanished. The air felt normal again, empty. The presence I'd felt, that heavy, comforting weight, lifted, and the room felt too quiet, too still. We all looked at each other, and no one said anything for a long time. Finally, Mom stood up and turned on the light. The study looked the same as always, but different, like something had changed, and we couldn't put our finger on it. We went back to the living room, and the rest of the night was quiet. We didn't talk about what happened, not really. It was too strange, too personal. That was months ago, and I still think about it every day. Sometimes when I'm in Mum's study, I catch a whiff of that earthy smell, but it's never as strong as it was that evening. We were comforted by it, but haunted too. How do you explain something like that? It's not like in the movies where ghosts are all dramatic and scary. This was real, quiet, and it left us with more questions than answers. I miss Willow so much, and that day, the mist, the burial, the scent, it stuck with me, like a shadow I can't shake. And every time I see the plum tree in the backyard, I wonder if she's still watching over us, in her own wild way. Dodi, Story 8. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, and I picked it up without thinking much of it. It was a message from an old classmate, someone I hadn't talked to in ages, except for the occasional like on social media. We weren't close, but we'd kept in touch enough that it didn't feel weird to hear from him. His message was simple, but it made my stomach drop right away. He said, "Hey, I was driving by your place and saw someone sitting on the stone bench outside your yard. Your gate's wide open. Everything okay?" I read it twice, my heart starting to thump a little harder. The stone bench is just outside the gate, under a big oak tree that casts shadows all over the path leading up to my door. It's not a spot where people usually sit, especially not at night. And the gate, I'd locked it myself a couple of hours earlier when I came back from grabbing a late dinner. I always double-check it because this neighborhood isn't the safest after dark, and I've had packages stolen before. So the idea that it was open made no sense. I got up from the couch, my legs feeling a bit wobbly, and went to the front window. The curtains were drawn, but I peeked through the gap between them. From inside, the yard was just a mess of shadows. The porch light was off, and the street lamp down the road only threw enough light to make the darkness seem deeper. I couldn't see the bench or the gate clearly. Everything was swallowed up by the night. My hands were a little sweaty as I fumbled for the light switch by the door. I flipped on the porch light, a bright LED that usually floods the front yard with a harsh white glow, but this time it felt weak, like it was struggling against the blackness. I unlocked the door and pulled it open slowly, the hinges groaning like they always do. The cool night air hit my face and I shivered, not from the temperature, but from the unease crawling up my spine. I was still holding my phone, and I could hear my friend's voice on the other end. He'd called me right after sending the message, probably because he was worried. "You see anything?" he asked, his voice low and tense. That's when I saw her. The figure wasn't sitting on the bench anymore. She was standing just beyond the gate, right where the light from the porch met the shadows of the street. Half of her was illuminated, half was hidden in the dark, like she was caught between two worlds. She was a woman, I could tell that much, wearing a pale blue dress that looked too thin for the chilly night. It hung loose on her, swaying slightly in the breeze. Her feet were in sandals, and I could hear the soft scrape of them on the pavement as she shifted her weight. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring down the street, her head tilted like she was listening for something. I stepped out onto the porch, my bare feet cold on the wooden boards. "I see her," I whispered into the phone, my throat tight. "She's just standing there." My friend said something about calling the cops, but I told him to wait. I didn't want to overreact. Maybe she was just lost or confused, but the way she moved wasn't right. She started wandering slowly up the street, her steps dragging, those sandals making that faint scraping sound that grated on my nerves. She'd take a few steps, then stop, tilting her head again, like she was tuning into a frequency only she could hear. Each time she paused, she drifted a little closer to my gate. The gate itself was wide open, swung inward, and I could see the iron latch hanging loose like it had been forced. I remembered locking it. I'd pushed it shut and heard the click, but now it was ajar, and there were fresh scratches on the metal where the latch had been scraped out of place. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I kept the phone pressed to my cheek, my hand trembling. What's she doing now? my friend asked, his voice barely a murmur. She's coming closer, I said, my own voice shaky. The woman was maybe 20 feet away now, and she turned her head toward me. Her face was pale in the porch light, with dark circles under her eyes, like she hadn't slept in days. Her hair was long and messy, falling over her shoulders. She didn't look angry or threatening, just sad. Deeply, overwhelmingly sad. That's when she realized we were talking about her. Her eyes locked onto mine, and she stopped moving. The street was dead quiet. No cars, no people, just the rustle of leaves in the wind. She looked up, and her voice came out low and trembling, like she was fighting back tears. "Don't be scared of me," she said. The words hung in the air, soft but clear. "I'm just waiting. Someone promised they'd come." Her voice cracked on the last word, and I felt a chill run down my back. It wasn't a loud or dramatic sound. It was fragile, like she was about to break. I tightened my grip on the phone, my knuckles white. "You need to leave," I said, trying to sound firm, but it came out as a whisper. "Don't come any closer." She gave a faint, sad smile that didn't reach her eyes. It was the kind of smile that made my chest ache, like I was seeing something I wasn't supposed to. "But the gate was open," she whispered back, her voice so quiet I almost missed it. And she took a step forward, into the pool of light from the porch. Her sandals scraped again, and I could see the dirt on her feet, like she'd been walking for a long time. I shook my head, stepping back toward my door. "No, stay back," I said, louder this time. My voice wavered, and I felt a surge of fear mixed with guilt. Why was I scared of her? She seemed harmless, but everything about this was wrong. The open gate, the way she appeared, her eerie calm. She murmured something then, so soft I had to strain to hear it. "Don't look at me like that." Her eyes dropped to the ground, and she turned away slowly, like she was weighed down by something invisible. Then she just walked off, back the way she came, her movements still that same slow, drifting pace. She didn't look back, just faded into the shadows down the street, the sound of her sandals scraping until it was swallowed by the night. I stood there for what felt like forever, my body frozen, the phone still pressed to my ear. My friend was saying something, but I couldn't make out the words. Finally, I stumbled back inside, locking the door behind me and leaning against it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The house felt different, colder, emptier. I paced around for a bit, checking the windows, but there was nothing out there, just the dark and the silence. About 20 minutes later, my phone rang again. It was my friend. "She's gone," he said, his voice relieved but still tense. I drove back around to check, and she was pacing up and down the street for a while. Then she just vanished, like she turned a corner and disappeared into thin air. I thanked him and hung up, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I went back to the front door and peered out the window. The porch light was still on, casting that same harsh glow, and I could see the gate, still wide open. I knew I had to check it. My hands were shaking as I unlocked the door and stepped out again, the night air feeling heavier now. I walked down the path, my feet cold on the damp grass, and stopped in front of the gate. The iron latch was definitely forced. There were deep scratches on it, like someone had taken a tool or something hard and shoved it out of the way. The gate itself was heavy, and it would have taken some effort to push it open like that. I ran my fingers over the scratches, the metal rough and cold. I remembered locking it. I'd made sure it was secure before going inside, but now it was ajar, and I had no explanation for how it happened. The woman's words echoed in my head, but the gate was open. Had she done it? Or had someone else, and she just took advantage of it? I stood there for a long time, staring out into the empty street. The memory of her pale blue dress and that sad smile burned into my mind. The whole thing left me unsettled in a way I can't really describe, not just scared, but deeply disturbed, like I'd witnessed something I wasn't meant to see. Even now I can't explain who she was or what she wanted, and that open gate haunts me more than anything else. I keep thinking about her waiting, and whoever promised to come, and I wonder if she's still out there somewhere, drifting in the dark. Oswiun, Story 9. It was about 4 years ago when my girlfriend and I packed up our lives and moved out to this quiet little patch of land in East Texas. We were young, maybe a bit naive, but we wanted a fresh start away from the city noise. The house was old, a ranch-style place surrounded by pine trees that whispered in the wind, and at first it felt like a dream come true. Then she got pregnant, and that's when things started to get weird. I'm not the kind of guy who believes in ghosts or any of that stuff. I've always leaned agnostic, more into logic and science. But what happened on one particular day stuck with me so hard that I still get chills thinking about it. I've never told this to anyone outside of us, but I need to get it out there, just in case someone else has gone through something similar. That day started like any other. It was a humid morning in late summer, the kind where the air feels thick and heavy, like you're breathing through a wet blanket. I woke up early, around 6 o'clock, because the baby had been fussing through the night. My girlfriend was exhausted, so I let her sleep in while I got up to make coffee. The house was quiet, too quiet, and that's the first thing that set me on edge. Usually, there's the sound of birds or the distant hum of a neighbor's tractor, but that morning, it was dead silent, like the world had just stopped. I was in the kitchen pouring water into the coffee maker when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic knocking on the side of the house. It wasn't loud, but it was persistent, like small hands tapping against the wood. At first I thought it might be a branch or something, but when I peered out the window, there was nothing there. The trees were still, no wind to speak of. I shook it off, blaming it on old wiring or maybe raccoons getting into the walls again. We'd had issues with pests before, so it wasn't unheard of. But this felt different. The knocking had a pattern to it, almost playful, and it sent a shiver down my spine. After I got the coffee going, I checked on the baby. He was asleep in his crib, peaceful for once, and I remember feeling a surge of relief. My girlfriend was still out cold in our bedroom, so I tiptoed around, trying not to wake anyone. But as I stood there, I heard light footsteps from the hallway, like a child running on tiptoes. It was so clear, so real, that I actually turned around, expecting to see someone. The hallway was empty, of course, just the dim light from the morning sun filtering through the curtains. My heart started pounding, and I felt this cold sweat break out on my forehead. I told myself it was the house settling or my imagination, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The morning dragged on, and I tried to busy myself with chores. I went outside to check the perimeter, looking for any signs of animals or damage. The land out here is mostly flat, with tall grass and those dense pines, and it can feel isolating, especially when you're alone. I didn't find anything unusual, no raccoon tracks, no broken branches, so I headed back inside, trying to shake off the unease. But as soon as I stepped into the living room, I saw it. The light in the single bedroom down the hall was on. That room was supposed to be empty. We used it for storage, and I knew for a fact I hadn't touched the switch. I walked over and turned it off, my hand trembling a little. The bulb was warm, like it had been on for a while. By midday, the knocking had started again, this time louder, more insistent. It was coming from different parts of the house now, like it was moving around. I'd hear it near the back door, then a few minutes later from the side window. My girlfriend woke up around then, and I didn't want to scare her, so I kept quiet about it. She was 8 months pregnant at the time, and the last thing she needed was stress. We had lunch together, and I could tell she was feeling off too. She kept glancing around like she heard something, but she didn't say anything. The baby was awake by then, cooing in his high chair, and for a little while things felt normal. But then his toys started acting up. He had this little musical bear that lit up and played a lullaby when you squeezed it. It was sitting on the floor, untouched, when suddenly it started glowing and the music kicked in. No one was near it. I was at the table. My girlfriend was across the room getting a drink. We both froze, and I saw the color drain from her face. I tried to laugh it off, saying it must have a short circuit or something, but inside I was freaking out. I picked up the bear and turned it off, but my hands were shaking. That's when I remembered the dreams I'd been having lately. I hadn't slept well in weeks because of these nightmares. In them, I'd be lying in bed, and I'd feel this cold weight pressing down on my chest, like an invisible hand holding me down. My body would lock up and I'd start shaking, almost like a seizure. I'd try to scream, but no sound would come out. It was the most terrifying feeling, like I was trapped in my own body. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, and my girlfriend would ask what was wrong, but I never told her the details. I didn't want her to worry. But that day, after the toy incident, it all came rushing back, and I felt this dread building in my gut. The afternoon wore on, and the odd occurrences didn't let up. The knocking turned into what sounded like scratching, and the footsteps became more frequent, like there was a child running through the house when no one was looking. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind or the house expanding in the heat, but it was too coordinated to be random. At one point, I was in the living room, putting away some of the baby's things, when I heard the footsteps right behind me. I spun around, and there was nothing, but I could have sworn I felt a cold breeze, like someone had just passed by. My skin prickled, and I had to sit down for a minute to catch my breath. My girlfriend must have noticed how jumpy I was, because she asked if I was okay. I lied and said I was just tired, but she gave me this look, like she knew something was up. We decided to watch a movie to distract ourselves, and that's when things really escalated. I went to grab a DVD from the stack we kept on a shelf in the corner. As I was browsing through them, one of the cases, a horror movie, ironically, slid off the shelf and skidded across the room. It didn't just fall. It moved like someone had thrown it, landing with a sharp crack against the far wall. We both stared at it, and for a second, neither of us moved. Then my girlfriend whispered, "What was that?" And I could hear the fear in her voice. I went over to pick it up, and my hands were so unsteady I almost dropped it. The case was cracked, and the disc had popped out. As I bent down to get it, the door to the hallway swung shut on its own. Not slowly, but with a firm, decisive click, like someone had pulled it closed. I yanked it open, expecting to see one of us had bumped it, but the hallway was empty. The air felt colder there, and I had this overwhelming sense that we weren't alone. My heart was racing now, and I could feel the adrenaline pumping through me. I wanted to get out of the house, but it was getting dark outside, and we had nowhere to go. We tried to act normal, putting the movie on, but neither of us was paying attention. The baby started crying, and my girlfriend went to comfort him. I stayed in the living room, trying to calm down, but then I heard the knocking again, this time from the kitchen. I went to check, and that's when I saw the scrub brush. It was one of those plastic ones with bristles, sitting on the counter where we'd left it after dishes. As I walked in, it lifted into the air. Not fell, but flew, like it had been thrown, arcing across the room and hitting the wall with a thud. I froze, my blood running cold. There was no one there, no draft, nothing that could have caused it. I just stood there, staring at it on the floor, and for the first time, I couldn't come up with a logical explanation. The rest of the evening was a blur. We ended up huddling in the living room with the lights on, too scared to move. The knocking and footsteps kept up, off and on, and at one point, the bedroom light turned on again by itself. I went and turned it off, but it felt like a losing battle. My girlfriend was crying softly, and I felt so helpless, like I'd failed to protect my family. We eventually put the baby to bed, but I stayed up, watching and listening. The dreams I'd had felt more real than ever, and I was afraid to fall asleep. That night, as I sat on the couch, I felt that familiar cold weight start to press on my chest, even though I was awake. My body locked up and I started shaking, just like in the dreams. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, and all I could do was watch the shadows in the room shift and dance. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes before it passed. When it did, I was drenched in sweat, my muscles aching, and I knew then that whatever was happening wasn't in my head. The next morning things were quiet again, but the fear had settled deep inside me. We never talked about it much after that, and over time the occurrences lessened, especially after the baby was born and we settled into a routine. But I've never been able to explain what happened that day. No matter how much I try to blame it on old houses or animals, I can't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. It's been years now, and I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, listening for those small hands tapping on the wall, wondering if it'll start again. I don't have any answers, and maybe I never will, but that day changed something in me. I look at the world differently now, knowing that there are things out there that logic can't always touch. Story 10. It started out like any other day. I woke up late because it was a weekend, and the sun was already high, beating down on the roof of our pink house. The air was thick and humid, the kind that makes your clothes stick to your skin even if you're just sitting still. I remember helping my mom with some chores in the morning, sweeping the porch, which was always covered in sand from the Gulf winds. And then we had lunch around noon. Nothing fancy, just sandwiches and chips. I was bored, so I spent most of the afternoon in my room, reading an old comic book and listening to the radio. But even then, I felt this weird tension in the house, like the walls were watching me. It's hard to explain, but it was this low-level anxiety that had been building for a while, ever since we moved in. See, a few weeks before, strange things had started happening. The front door would open and close on its own sometimes, and not like it was the wind. We checked, and the latch was tight. I'd be sitting in the living room and I'd hear the creak of the hinges, then see the door swing open slowly, like someone was pushing it gently. No one was there, and when I went to look, the porch was empty. It happened a couple of times, and each time I'd get this chill down my spine, but I tried to brush it off. Kids imagine things, right? But then the pounding started. At first it was faint, like someone tapping on the walls from the outside, but only at night. I'd be lying in bed, and I'd hear it. This soft, rhythmic thudding that seemed to come from nowhere. I asked my parents about it, but they never heard a thing. Mom said it was probably the pipes or the house settling, but it didn't sound like that. It sounded intentional, like someone was trying to get in. That day, though, everything felt amplified. As evening rolled in, the sky turned this deep orange, and the shadows in the house grew longer. I remember eating dinner with my family. We had spaghetti, and I was picking at it because my stomach was in knots. After we cleaned up, I went to my room to do homework, but I couldn't concentrate. The pounding had started up again, louder than before. It wasn't just taps anymore. It was more like someone was hitting the walls with their fists, but still, only I could hear it. I put on headphones to block it out, but it was like the sound was inside my head, vibrating through the floor. Around 10 o'clock, I gave up and decided to watch TV in the living room, but even that didn't help. Every time a commercial came on, I'd glance at the front door, half expecting it to swing open. By midnight, I was exhausted, but too wired to sleep. I went to my bedroom and tried to lie down, but the pounding was relentless. It was coming from the wall near my window now, and I could feel the vibrations in my chest. I remember pulling the covers over my head, thinking if I ignored it, it would stop. But it didn't. Instead, it got louder, and I started hearing other noises, like whispers, but I couldn't make out any words. My heart was racing, and I was sweating, even though the room was cool. I must have dozed off for a bit because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by this intense feeling of being watched. I looked at the clock on my bedside table. It was 3 in the morning. The house was dead silent, which was weird because the pounding had been so loud earlier. I sat up slowly, my ears straining for any sound. That's when I saw her. Through the crack in my door, I could see into the kitchen, and there was a figure standing there. At first, I thought it was my mom, maybe getting a glass of water, but then I realized she wasn't moving, and she had no head. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. She was wearing a long white nightgown that reached the floor, and it was kind of glowing in the dim light from the street lamp outside. Her shoulders were just empty. No neck, no head, nothing. I blinked a few times, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me, but she was still there, standing perfectly still. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I just stared, my body rigid with fear. I remember my hands gripping the sheets so tight my knuckles hurt. I must have sat there for what felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. I kept checking, thinking she'd disappear if I looked away, but she didn't move an inch. It was like she was rooted to the spot. Finally, I managed to tear my eyes away and slip out of bed. I crept to the door and peered out again, but she was still there. I even pinched myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming, but the pain was real. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and I could feel this cold sweat all over my body. I thought about waking my parents, but I was too scared to move or make any noise. What if she heard me? What if she started moving? In the end, I just crawled back into bed and pulled the covers over my head, shaking uncontrollably. I don't know how long I lay there, but eventually I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight was streaming through the window and the house was quiet. I rushed to the kitchen, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing. No sign of her, no disturbance, just the usual mess from the night before. I didn't tell anyone at first because I thought they'd think I was crazy. But later that day, while I was helping my dad in the yard, I brought up the pounding, and he said he hadn't heard anything. That's when it hit me. Whatever was happening, it was only happening to me. As the weeks went by, the pounding got worse, especially at night. I started sleeping in my parents' room on a cot because I was too scared to be alone. One night, I was lying there trying to fall asleep when the pounding started up again, louder than ever. It was like someone was running into the walls, and then I heard this massive slam against the door to their room. It wasn't a knock, it was a full-on impact, like something had thrown itself head-first into the wood. The sound was so violent it shook the whole door frame, and I screamed. My dad jumped up and turned on the light, but when he opened the door, there was nothing there. No one, no marks, nothing. We checked the whole house, but it was empty. I was trembling so hard I could barely stand, and my mum held me tight, but she didn't know what to say. That was the last time anything like that happened, but the memory of that headless woman and that slam haunts me to this day. I still wonder if she was one of Gripple's victims, if her spirit was stuck there trying to tell me something. But I'll never know for sure. Story 11. I'd been there since early evening. The others had left hours ago, after the service ended. It was just me now, keeping vigil, or whatever you call it, when you're the last one left in a place like this. The room was long and narrow, with high ceilings that made every sound echo. At the far end was an altar, simple but solemn, with a coffin placed behind it. Above the altar hung a portrait of the departed, someone I didn't know well, but whose memory had brought us all here. In the flickering light, though, that portrait didn't feel right. The eyes seemed to follow me. No matter where I looked, I'd shift in my seat, glance away, and when I looked back, those painted eyes were locked on me, and the lips. They had this slight curl at the corners, like a smirk that wasn't quite there in the daylight. It made my skin crawl. The air was thick with the smell of incense from a small table near the altar. It was supposed to be calming, but mixed with the dampness from the storm, it just felt heavy, suffocating. I kept telling myself it was just my nerves. I'd never been good in storms, and being alone in a place like this didn't help. My hands were clammy, and I could feel my heart thumping in my chest, a steady beat that seemed too loud in the silence. Every creak of the old building made me jump, but I tried to brush it off as the wind or the settling of the house. Then I heard it, a dragging, dry whisper from under the incense table. At first, I thought it was the rain, or maybe a branch scraping against the window. But it was too deliberate, too focused. It wasn't random. It sounded like someone was whispering something, but the words were indistinct, just a hushed, raspy sound that grated on my ears. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The flickering bulb above me sputtered, and for a second the room went almost dark. When the light returned, the whisper was still there, soft but persistent, like it was trying to get my attention. I didn't want to look. I kept my eyes fixed on the portrait, hoping it was just my imagination, but the whisper grew slightly louder, more insistent. It was dry, like leaves scraping against stone, and it seemed to come from right beneath the table. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a mouse or some debris blown in by the storm, but it didn't sound like that. It sounded intentional, almost human. Then, from the darkness under the table, something moved. I saw a shift in the shadows, and a small white dog crawled out. It was soaked from the rain, its fur matted and clinging to its body. It moved slowly, almost painfully, like it was dragging itself along the floor. But what got me were its eyes, milky, clouded silver, fixed on me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. It didn't make a sound, no bark or whimper, just stared at me as if it had been waiting for me to notice it. We never owned a dog. I'd never seen this animal before, and in a place like this, it felt completely out of place. My first thought was that it must have wandered in from outside, seeking shelter from the storm. But the doors were closed, and the windows were shut tight. How did it get in? And why was it so quiet? Dogs usually pant or make some noise, but this one was utterly silent, its gaze unblinking. As I watched it, a memory surfaced from when I was a kid. My mother used to tell me stories, warnings really, about things that happen at night. She'd say that when a dog cries after dark, the dead are listening. I always brushed it off as superstition, something old folks say to scare children. But sitting there, with this dog staring at me, those words came back with a force that made my stomach clench. This wasn't right. None of it was right. The dog didn't move toward me or away. It just stayed there, its milky eyes locked on mine as if assessing me. Then slowly it lifted its head. It lifted its mouth opened, and it released a sound. A low, wet, wrong noise that didn't belong to any animal I'd ever heard. It wasn't a growl or a whine, it was guttural, like something choking, and it sent a shiver down my spine. The sound seemed to hang in the air, thick and unnatural, before the dog turned its gaze toward the coffin behind the altar. That's when I heard it, a sharp creak, like a bone snapping in two. The sound cut through the room, louder than the storm outside. My eyes darted to the coffin, and I saw it tremble. At first it was just a slight shake, but then it grew more violent, like something was pushing from inside. The lid didn't open, but it rattled, and the whole coffin shifted on its stand. The portrait above seemed to watch it all, those curled lips now looking almost pleased. In that instant, everything clicked. The dog's warning wasn't for me. It was for whatever was in that coffin. The dead were listening, and something was answering. Fear seized me, cold and absolute. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The flickering bulb above me went out completely, plunging the room into darkness except for the occasional flash of lightning outside. In those brief moments of light, I saw the dog still staring at the coffin, its milky eyes glowing faintly and the coffin trembling as if alive. Then, as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. The whisper was gone, the dog had vanished, and the coffin was still. The light flickered back on, weak and unsteady. I was alone again, but the room felt different, charged, like the air after a lightning strike. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen, before I finally stumbled out into the storm, my clothes soaked and my mind racing. I never saw that dog again, and I've never been able to explain what happened that night. To this day, just thinking about it makes my hands shake. Story 12. So, I've never been one to believe in all that ghost stuff, you know? Like I'd watch those scary movies and laugh them off, thinking it was all just special effects and people overreacting. But that all changed one day in our apartment on General Pershing in New Orleans. My boyfriend and I had been living there for a few months, and it was this old, historic place. The kind with creaky floors and weird nooks that made you feel like you were stepping back in time. We loved it at first, thought it had character. But then things started getting weird, and it all came to a head on this one particular day that I still can't get out of my head. I remember waking up that morning feeling off, like the air was heavier than usual. My boyfriend had left for work early, so I was alone in the apartment. I got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to brush my teeth, still half asleep. That's when I saw it. The mirror above the sink. It was one of those antique ones with a dark wooden frame, and I'd always thought it looked a little eerie, but I never paid it much mind. As I was standing there, toothpaste dribbling down my chin, I noticed something strange. The mirror was fogging up in one spot, right where my face was reflected, but it wasn't from my breath or anything. The room wasn't even humid. Then, clear as day, the fog wiped itself away, like an invisible hand had swiped across the glass. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I blinked a few times, thinking maybe I was still dreaming, or my eyes were playing tricks on me. But no, it happened again. A slow, deliberate wipe that left the glass clean and shiny, but only in that one spot. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, and I backed away from the sink, my hands shaking. I didn't know what to do, so I just hurried out of the bathroom and tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably just condensation or something. But that was just the start. I went to the kitchen to make some coffee, and that's when I heard the footsteps. They were coming from the attic, which was right above our bedroom. At first, I thought it might be an animal or something. We'd had squirrels in the walls before, but these footsteps were too heavy, too deliberate. They sounded like someone was pacing back and forth, slow and steady, like they had all the time in the world. I stood there in the kitchen, listening, my coffee forgotten. The sound was so clear, like boots on wood, and it sent a chill through me. I remember gripping the countertop, my knuckles turning white, because part of me wanted to go up there and see what it was, but the other part was too terrified to move. After a few minutes, the footsteps stopped, and the silence felt even worse, like something was waiting. I tried to distract myself by tidying up, but then the cabinet started swinging open. Not all at once, but one by one, like someone was going through them. I was in the living room, and I heard a soft creak, then a bang as the first cabinet door flew open. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. Then another one opened, and another, until all the cabinets in the kitchen were wide open, swinging gently like they'd been pushed. I could feel my breath catching in my chest, and I backed into the corner of the room, my eyes darting around. I didn't see anyone, but the air felt thick, oppressive. I remember thinking, this can't be real, but it was happening right in front of me. I forced myself to walk over and close them, my hands trembling so bad I could barely grip the handles. As soon as I shut the last one, I heard a click from the stove, and I turned to see one of the burners turn on full blast, the blue flame roaring to life. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't even been near the stove. I rushed over and turned it off, my skin prickling with fear. That's when I knew something was really wrong, and I wasn't just imagining things. The rest of the morning was a blur of nervous energy. I kept hearing little noises, a tap dripping when it shouldn't, a floorboard creaking behind me, and I felt like I was being watched. I tried to call my boyfriend, but he didn't pick up, probably because he was in a meeting, so I just wandered around the apartment, trying to act normal. But every sound made me jump. Around noon, I decided to take a shower, thinking maybe the hot water would calm me down. Big mistake. As I was drying off, I heard it again, the sound of high heels pacing in the hallway outside the bathroom. Clip-clop, slow and steady, like someone was walking back and forth. My blood ran cold. We didn't have any neighbors who wore heels like that, and the sound was too close, like it was right there in our apartment. I cracked the door open and peeked out, but the hallway was empty. The sound stopped, and for a second I thought I was losing it. But then it started up again, this time faster, like whoever it was getting impatient. I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I stayed like that for what felt like forever, until the sound faded away. By the time my boyfriend got home in the late afternoon, I was a wreck. I ran to the door when I heard his key in the lock, and I must have looked insane because he asked me what was wrong right away. I tried to explain everything: the mirror, the footsteps, the cabinets, the burners, the heels, but it all came out in a jumbled mess. He hugged me and said it was probably just the old building settling or something, but I could tell he was uneasy too. We decided to order takeout and watch a movie to take our minds off it. But as we were sitting on the couch, we both heard the high heels again, this time coming from the hallway near our bedroom. We looked at each other, and I saw the fear in his eyes. He got up and went to check, but there was nothing there. When he came back, he was pale, and he admitted that he'd been hearing things too lately, but didn't want to scare me. As evening settled in, things got even worse. We were in the bedroom, trying to relax, when I felt this overwhelming dread wash over me. The room got cold, like the temperature had dropped suddenly, and I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. When I turned, there it was, sitting on the edge of my bed. I can't even describe it properly without feeling sick. It was like a half-man, half-monster thing, all twisted and dark. Its skin looked patchy and rough, and it had these eyes that seemed to suck all the light out of the room. It was just sitting there, staring at me, and I felt this jolt go through my body, like I'd been electrocuted. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, frozen in place. My boyfriend was next to me, and he saw it too. He later told me he felt the same thing, this electric shock of fear that locked him up. We both just sat there, staring at this thing, for what felt like an eternity. It didn't do anything, just sat there with this evil grin, and then it slowly faded away like smoke. As soon as it was gone, I could move again, and I burst into tears, shaking uncontrollably. My boyfriend held me, but he was shaking too, and we both knew we had to get out of there. But we didn't leave right away, because something else happened. Later that night, we were in the living room trying to figure out what to do when we both saw her. An ugly older woman standing in the doorway to the kitchen. She was just glaring at us, her eyes full of hatred, and she looked real, solid, like a person. But there was something off about her, like she wasn't quite there. She didn't move, just stood there staring, and then she vanished into thin air. We were both too scared to speak, just holding each other tight, and that's when we decided to call someone. We didn't know who to call. A priest, a ghost hunter. But we remembered that the handymen were supposed to come by the next day to fix a leaky pipe, so we thought maybe we could ask them if they knew anything about the place. The handymen showed up the next morning, but since all this happened in one day, I'm squeezing it in. They came later that evening after we called them in a panic. When they arrived, we told them everything, and one of them, an older guy who'd been working in the area for years, got real quiet. He said he remembered this apartment from back in the day, and he told us about a serial killer who used to live here. The guy would cross-dress, wear high heels and all, and he'd left a headless body in the attic at one point. The handyman said they'd found traces up there, old stains and stuff, when they were doing repairs years ago. He said people had reported weird things ever since, but no one ever stayed long. Hearing that, everything clicked into place. The heels, the entity, the woman, and I felt this cold realization wash over me. We weren't just dealing with ghosts. We were living in a place stained by something evil. We moved out the next week, but that day, that one day, is burned into my memory. I still don't know what that entity was or why it happened, but I can't forget the feeling of being electrocuted with fear or the way that thing looked at me. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear those heels again, and I have to check the locks on the door. I guess some things you just can't explain, no matter how hard you try. Story 13. We pulled up to the place around midnight. The sanatorium loomed out of the darkness like some kind of monster, all broken windows and crumbling brick. The moon was out, but it was cloudy, so everything had this hazy, greyish glow. The air felt thick and cold, like we were stepping into a freezer that hadn't been opened in years. I remember the smell hit me first. Dampness and rot, like old wood and something else I couldn't place, kind of metallic like rust or maybe even old medicine. My friend, let's call him Jake because he's the one who organized this. He had this big flashlight, the kind you use for camping. He was all pumped, saying how we were going to capture some evidence, maybe get some EVPs or photos. I was nervous, but trying to play it cool. We'd all watched enough horror movies to know how these things go, but you never think it'll happen to you. As soon as we stepped inside, the vibe changed. It wasn't just creepy, it felt wrong, like we weren't supposed to be there. The floor was covered in dust and debris, broken glass, chunks of plaster, and what looked like old medical equipment scattered around. Jake's flashlight was our main source of light, and it cast these long, shaky shadows that made everything seem alive. We started on the ground floor, moving through what must have been a reception area. The walls were peeling, and you could see old paint underneath, faded colors that might have been cheerful once but now just looked sad. We were talking in whispers, not because we planned to, but because it felt like the building demanded it. Then, out of nowhere, Jake's flashlight died. Not like it flickered or dimmed, it just cut out completely. 1 second we had light, the next, darkness swallowed us whole. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight app, but it was weak compared to what we'd had. Jake was cursing, shaking the flashlight, but it wouldn't come back on. That's when we first heard the whispers. They were soft, almost like someone was talking right behind us, but when we spun around, there was nothing. We were in what looked like an old patient room, a small space with a rusted bed frame and a broken chair. The whispers seemed to come from the corners, like they were seeping out of the walls. I felt my skin prickle and my heart started beating faster. We all heard it and no one said anything for a minute, just stood there listening. It wasn't words, more like murmurs, like people having a conversation you couldn't quite make out. We moved on, trying to shake it off, but then the shadows started. At first, I thought it was just our own movements, but these were different. They darted across the hallways, quick and sharp, like someone running but without any sound. We'd shine a light, and there'd be nothing there. It happened a few times, and each time I felt this cold knot in my stomach. My hands were sweating, and I kept wiping them on my jeans. We decided to stick together, not splitting up, which was smart, because I don't think any of us would have had the guts to go alone at that point. The next big thing was the delivery shaft. Jake had read about it online. It was this narrow tunnel that ran through the building, used back in the day for moving supplies or something. We found the entrance on the first floor, a dark opening that looked like it led into nothing. The air coming out of it was even colder, and it smelled worse, like mold and something sour. We hesitated, but Jake was determined. He went in first, with me and our other friend, let's call her Sarah, following close behind. The tunnel was tight, maybe wide enough for one person at a time, and the walls were rough, like unfinished concrete. Our phone lights didn't do much, just lit up a few feet ahead. We hadn't gone far when we heard the voices. At first I thought it was an echo of us, but it wasn't. They were faint, like someone whispering from far away, but also close, if that makes sense. Then came the breathing, deep, ragged breaths, like someone was struggling to breathe right next to us. I froze, and I could feel Sarah gripping my arm. Jake stopped too, and we all listened. The voices were echoing, bouncing off the walls, but there was no source. We couldn't see anyone ahead or behind us. We decided to keep going, thinking maybe it was a trick of the acoustics. But the further we went, the louder it got. At one point it sounded like a child laughing, but twisted, like it was crying at the same time. My legs felt weak, and I had to force myself to keep moving. We reached the end of the tunnel, which opened into another part of the building, but there was no one there. Nothing. Just empty space and more darkness. When we came out, Sarah checked her phone. She had a text from our friends who'd stayed outside. They said they'd heard footsteps coming from the tunnel, like someone was walking out, but no one ever emerged. That sent a chill down my spine. How could that be? We were the only ones in there, and we didn't see or hear anyone else until we were out. It didn't make sense. We took a break after that, sitting in what must have been an old common room. The air felt heavier, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something. That's when we decided to check out the surgery room. I'd read about it online. People said it was one of the most active spots. It was on the second floor, up a creaky staircase that felt like it might collapse under our weight. The room was bigger than I expected, with old surgical tables still in place, covered in dust and rust. There were cabinets along the walls, some with doors hanging off, and you could see old instruments inside, things that looked like scalpels and forceps. It was eerie, but what happened next was worse. We were standing in the middle of the room, and suddenly one of the cabinet doors swung shut on its own. Not like it fell, it moved smoothly, like someone pushed it. Then another one did the same. We all jumped, and I felt my breath catch. Then came the knocking. It wasn't loud, but it was persistent, like someone tapping on the wall from the other side. We shone our lights, but there was nothing there. The knocking moved, like it was following us around the room. Sarah took out her phone to take pictures, and when we looked at them later, there were these white orbs in some of the shots, little balls of light that shouldn't have been there. In one photo, it looked like a face, but blurry, like a smudge. I didn't want to believe it, but seeing it made my stomach turn. By this point, I was on edge. The feeling of being watched had been building all night, but it got intense when I ended up alone on the top floor. We'd split up briefly because Jake wanted to check another area, and Sarah went with him. I stayed behind, thinking I'd take a few more pictures. The top floor was the worst. It was quieter, but in a way that felt unnatural. The air was still, and every sound I made seemed too loud. I was in a long hallway with doors on either side, all closed. I felt eyes on me, like from every direction. Not just one set, but multiple, like there were people standing in the shadows watching. I kept turning around, but no one was there. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I started walking faster, trying to find the stairs, but the hallways seemed to twist and turn, like the building was messing with me. At one point, I heard a soft sigh right behind me, and I spun around, but there was nothing. I've never felt so exposed, so vulnerable. It was like whatever was in there knew I was alone and was enjoying it. The terror moment for me was definitely the voices in the delivery shaft. Even now I can hear them, those echoes with no source, that breathing. But the whole night was filled with this pervasive sense of unseen entities. It wasn't just one thing, it was everything together. The building felt alive, but not in a good way. It felt malevolent, like it wanted us to be scared, like it was feeding off our fear. We stayed until dawn, but those last few hours were the longest of my life. When the sun started to come up, the feeling lifted a bit, but not completely. We got out of there as fast as we could, and none of us have talked about going back. I still don't know what it was. Ghosts, spirits, or just our minds playing tricks. But all of us experience the same things, and that's what gets me. It felt too real to dismiss. Sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I think about that night and how close we might have been to something we can't explain. And that's the part that haunts me, not knowing and never being able to forget the feeling of those unseen eyes watching me, like they're still there, waiting. Story 14. I never thought I'd be writing this down, but here I am, because I can't shake the feeling that something's been following me since I was a kid. It's not like in the movies where there's a big reveal or some ghost hunter shows up. It's just this heavy, cold dread that sits in my chest, and it all came rushing back one day in high school. I need to get it out so maybe someone else will understand. That day started like any other Tuesday in my sophomore year. I woke up with this weird ache in my shoulders, like I'd been tensed up all night, and the air in my room felt thick, almost sticky. It was early, maybe 6 in the morning, and the sun wasn't fully up yet. I remember rolling over and seeing the digital clock on my bedside table. The red numbers glowed 6:03, and I just lay there for a minute, listening to the hum of the fridge downstairs. My heart was beating a little too fast, and I didn't know why. It was that same feeling I used to get in the old house, the one we rented when I was a kid. That place was stitched together with nightmares, I swear. I got up and dragged myself to the bathroom, splashed cold water on my face. The mirror was foggy from the shower my dad must have taken earlier, and when I wiped it clear, my reflection looked pale, like I hadn't slept well. I kept thinking about Ashley. Ashley was this girl in my history class, and for weeks I'd felt this darkness around her. It wasn't anything she said or did at first, just a vibe, like a chill that settled over the room when she walked in. People didn't notice it much, but I did, because it reminded me of the shadowy figures my brother and I used to chase in that old house. Back then, in that rented place, my brother and I shared a room upstairs. The walls were this ugly yellow color, peeling in corners, and at night, things would move in the shadows. Not like animals or anything, just shapes, human-like but not quite, that darted across the hallway when you turned your head. We were kids, so we'd pretend we were hunters, chasing them with flashlights, but it wasn't fun. It was scary as hell. The worst part was this creature, or whatever it was, that would lean over my bed sometimes. I never saw it clearly. It was always just a dark, tall shape, like something out of those Alien vs. Predator movies, with this cold breath that felt like ice on my skin. It would hover there, breathing slowly, and I'd lie frozen, too terrified to scream. My brother said he saw it too, but we never talked about it much after we moved out. We just wanted to forget. After we left that house, I heard from neighbors that the new tenants had problems, arguments, things breaking, just chaos. I didn't think much of it then, but now, in high school, it felt like that evil had latched onto me. That Tuesday, I went downstairs for breakfast, and my mom was making eggs. The smell usually comforted me, but that day, it made my stomach turn. I picked at my food, and she asked if I was okay. I just shrugged and said I had a test later, but really, I was thinking about Ashley. We had first period together, and I knew I'd see her. Walking to school, the sky was grey and overcast, like it might rain. The streets were quiet, just a few cars passing, and I kept my hood up trying to shake off the unease. My backpack felt heavier than usual, and every little sound, a dog barking, a door slamming, made me jump. When I got to school, the hallways were buzzing with kids, but I headed straight to history class. Mr. Davies was our teacher, a nice guy who always wore ties with cartoon characters on them. That day, he had a SpongeBob one, and it should have made me smile, but I couldn't focus. Ashley was already there, sitting in her usual spot by the window. She had this way of keeping to herself, never really talking to anyone, and her eyes had this hollow look, like she was seeing something else. I took my seat a few rows away. And that's when I felt it. The cold. Not like the air conditioning was on, but a deep, penetrating chill that started at the back of my neck and spread down my spine. It was exactly like the breath from that creature in my childhood room. I shivered and rubbed my arms, trying to act normal, but my hands were trembling. Class started, and Mr. Davies was talking about the Civil War, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept glancing at Ashley. She was staring out the window, not taking notes, and her fingers were tapping on the desk in a slow, rhythmic pattern. Tap, tap, tap. It was hypnotic and eerie. I remembered one time in the old house, my brother and I were playing in the basement, and we heard that same tapping from the walls. We thought it was pipes, but it stopped when we got close, and then we felt that cold breath on our necks. We ran upstairs and never went down there again. About halfway through class, Ashley suddenly stood up. Everyone turned to look at her. Mr. Davies asked if she was okay, but she didn't answer. Her face was pale, and her eyes were wide, like she was terrified or angry. I couldn't tell. Then she started shouting. Not words, just guttural sounds, like someone being choked. It was loud and raw, and the room went dead silent. I felt my heart pounding in my ears, and that cold sensation wrapped around me again, so intense I could see my breath fogging slightly in the air. No one else seemed to notice the temperature drop, but I did. She knocked over her desk, and books went flying. Mr. Davies tried to calm her down, but she pushed him away, not violently, but with enough force that he stumbled. Then she ran out of the room, and the door slammed shut behind her. The whole class was stunned, whispering, but I was frozen in my seat, feeling like I'd been punched in the gut, because in that moment I knew it was the same evil from the old house. It had followed me, and it was using Ashley somehow. The rest of the day was a blur. I went through my classes mechanically, but my mind was racing. At lunch, I skipped eating and hid in the library, trying to make sense of it. I thought about the times Ashley and I had barely interacted. Once, she dropped her pencil, and I picked it up for her. Her hand brushed mine, and it was ice cold. Another time I saw her standing alone in the courtyard, and for a second I thought I saw a shadow flicker behind her, tall and dark, like the thing from my bed. But I brushed it off as my imagination. Now I wasn't so sure. After school, I walked home slowly, taking the long way through the park. The sky had cleared up, but the sun felt weak, not warming me at all. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that creature or something like it. When I got home, my brother was there. He's older, in college now, but he was visiting for the week. I wanted to talk to him about it, but I didn't know how to bring it up. We hadn't mentioned the old house in years. I went to my room and lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling. The familiar panic started to set in, the same feeling I had as a kid when that thing would breathe over me. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe slowly, but I could almost feel it there, in the room with me. The air grew colder and I sat up sweating despite the chill. That's when I heard it, a soft rhythmic breathing, just like in the old days. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable, coming from the corner of the room where the shadows were deepest. I froze, my blood running cold. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I turned my head slowly, and there it was, a dark shape, tall and slender, with no distinct features, just a presence. It didn't move, but I felt its breath on my face, cold and damp, like fog. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I just sat there, trapped, remembering all the nights I'd endured this as a child. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute, the breathing stopped and the shape faded away. The room warmed up again and I could move. I stumbled to the door and ran downstairs where my brother was watching TV. He looked at me and asked if I was okay, and I just shook my head. I didn't tell him what I saw. I couldn't, but I knew then that it wasn't over. The evil from that house had never left me. It had just been waiting, and now it had found a way back through Ashley. Later that night, I heard on the news that Ashley had been taken to the hospital after a breakdown at school. They said it was stress-related, but I know it was more than that. I lay in bed, unable to sleep, and every time I closed my eyes, I felt that cold breath again. It's been years since that day, and I still don't have answers. I just know that something followed me, and I'll never be free of it. Story 15. I woke up that morning feeling pretty good, actually. The sun was already blazing through the thin curtains in my room, and I could smell something sweet cooking from the kitchen, probably bacon saltfish, Grandma's specialty. She's always been this sturdy, no-nonsense woman, with hands that have seen decades of work and eyes that seem to know things you haven't even thought of yet. I got dressed in a light t-shirt and shorts, the kind that stick to your skin in that heat, and wandered out to find her. The house is old, built by my great-grandparents, and it creaks with every step. The floors are wooden, worn smooth in places from years of feet shuffling across them, and there's always this faint smell of dust and incense lingering in the air. Grandma was in the kitchen, humming some old calypso tune while she stirred a pot on the stove. She gave me one of her warm smiles and told me to sit down for breakfast. We ate together, chatting about family back home and how my flight had been. Everything felt normal, comfortable. After we finished, she said she had to go out to the market for a bit to pick up some things for dinner. She told me to make myself at home, maybe rest up since I'd had a long trip. I helped her clear the plates, and then she grabbed her woven bag and headed out the door, the screen slamming shut behind her with that familiar bang. I decided to explore the house a little. I hadn't been there in years, not since I was a kid, and everything felt both familiar and strange at the same time. The living room was filled with old photos and trinkets, shelves crammed with knickknacks that probably had stories I'd never hear. I wandered down the hallway toward the back of the house, where the guest rooms are. There's this one room that's always been a bit off, the one at the very end, with a door that doesn't quite close right. When I was younger, I used to avoid it because it gave me the creeps. But now, as an adult, I figured I was being silly. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dim, with only a sliver of light cutting through the gaps in the heavy curtains. It smelled musty, like old wood and something else I couldn't place, almost sweet, but in a sickly way. There was a bed with a faded floral spread, a dusty dresser, and a rocking chair in the corner that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I remember running my fingers over the dresser top and feeling the grit of dust. Everything was quiet, too quiet, like the house was holding its breath. I was about to leave when I heard it, a soft, whimpering sound. At first I thought it was just the wind or maybe an animal outside, but then it got clearer, and I realized it was a child crying. Not loud, but this pitiful, broken sobbing that seemed to come from right there in the room. My heart started thumping hard in my chest. I looked around, but there was no one there. The sound was coming from near the bed, or maybe the closet. It was hard to tell because it echoed a little in the small space. I called out, "Hello, is someone there?" My voice sounded shaky, even to me. The crying didn't stop. If anything, it got a bit louder, more desperate. I felt this cold knot tighten in my stomach. I thought maybe a kid from the neighborhood had wandered in or something. Grandma's house isn't locked up tight all the time, and people around here are friendly. But this felt wrong. The crying was so sad, so real that I couldn't just ignore it. I took a step toward the bed, my feet feeling heavy on the creaky floorboards. The air in the room seemed to get colder, and I rubbed my arms, feeling goosebumps rise. I peered under the bed. Nothing but dust bunnies and an old suitcase. Then I looked in the closet, pulling the door open slowly. It was empty except for a few moth-eaten blankets and a couple of boxes. But the crying was still there, now sounding like it was right behind me. I spun around, but the room was empty. That's when I decided to go find Grandma. Maybe she knew something about this. Or maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me because of the heat or jet lag. I hurried out of the room and down the hallway, my heart still racing. The house felt different now, darker, even though the sun was still high outside. The usual sounds from outside, the birds and the distant traffic, seemed muffled, like someone had turned down the volume on the world. I reached the front door and yanked it open, expecting to see Grandma coming back from the market, but she wasn't there. The yard was empty, the gravel driveway quiet. I was about to step out when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, and there she was, Grandma, standing in the hallway, smiling at me. Relief washed over me for a second, but then something felt off. Her smile was too wide, too fixed, and her eyes, they were dark, like pools of ink. And her skin, it was pitch black, not like a tan or anything natural, but this deep, void-like black that seemed to absorb the light around her. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. This wasn't my grandma. I mean, she looked like her. Same height, same hair, pulled back in a bun. Even the same floral dress she'd been wearing earlier. But the skin was all wrong, and there was this coldness radiating from her that made the hairs on my arms stand up. She took a step toward me, and her movement was jerky, not the smooth, confident way Grandma moves. "What's wrong, child?" she said, and her voice was almost right, but there was a hollow echo to it, like it was coming from far away. I couldn't speak. I just stood there, my legs feeling like jelly. She reached out a hand, and her fingers were long and thin, with that same pitch-black skin. I stumbled back, hitting the doorframe, and let out a gasp. My mind was screaming that this wasn't real, but it was happening right in front of me. Then, from outside, I heard the real Grandma's voice. "What's going on in here?" she called out, and I've never been so glad to hear anyone in my life. I turned and saw her walking up the driveway, her market bag in hand, looking perfectly normal. The thing in the hallway, the fake Grandma, didn't move, but its smile widened, and for a second I thought I saw its eyes flicker with something like anger. The real Grandma came inside, and she didn't even seem surprised. She just looked at the thing standing there and shook her head. "Enough of this," she said, her voice firm but calm. She walked past me like it was nothing, straight toward the fake version. I was trembling, my hands shaking so bad I had to clutch them together. Grandma went to a small cupboard in the living room where she keeps her spiritual things. I'd seen it before, but never paid much attention. She pulled out a bundle of dried herbs, a small bottle of what looked like oil, and a few candles. She lit one of the candles, and the smell of sage filled the air. Then she started murmuring something in a language I didn't recognize. Probably patois or something older. The fake Grandma didn't move, but its form seemed to waver, like a heat haze. The pitch-black skin started to fade, turning gray, then almost transparent. I could see through it to the wall behind, and for a moment I thought I saw the shape of a small child crying softly. Then it just dissolved into nothing, like smoke. The room felt warmer instantly, and the oppressive cold lifted. Grandma turned to me, her face serious but not scared. "It's gone now," she said simply. She put the items away and went back to the kitchen like nothing had happened. I stood there for what felt like forever, my heart still pounding, trying to process what I'd just seen. The child's crying had stopped, and the house was quiet again, but the fear was stuck in my bones. I followed her to the kitchen, my legs weak. She was back to humming, stirring the pot on the stove. I wanted to ask her a million questions. What was that thing? Why did it look like her? How did she know what to do? But the words wouldn't come. She glanced at me and must have seen how shaken I was, because she said, "Some spirits get lost. They mimic what they see, trying to find peace. But they mean no harm if you know how to help them." We never talked about it again after that day, unless she brought it up, which she did once or twice in passing, like it was just another part of life. But for me, it was burned into my memory. The way that thing looked, the coldness, the deception. It left me feeling vulnerable in a way I'd never felt before. Even now, back home, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear that crying, or see a shadow that looks too much like someone I know. I don't have any explanations for it, and I doubt I ever will. It's just one of those things that happened, and all I can do is remember it and feel that chill all over again. Story 16. It was one of those spur-of-the-moment ideas that seemed perfect at the time. My buddy Greg and I had been talking about getting out of the city for weeks, just to unwind and forget about work for a bit. We both live in Salt Lake City, and the grind had been wearing us down. Greg mentioned this spot he'd heard about from a friend, the Young Women's Group campsite down in southern Utah. It was supposed to be beautiful, tucked away in the Red Rock Canyons, and since it was closed for the season, we figured it would be dead quiet. No crowds, no noise, just us and the desert. Sounded like heaven. We left early that morning around 6 o'clock, driving south in my beat-up old truck. The sky was just starting to lighten, shades of pink and orange bleeding into the blue. I remember feeling that mix of excitement and relief you get when you're escaping the everyday. Greg was in the passenger seat, scrolling through music playlists, and we talked about nothing important. Sports, stupid stuff from work, the usual. The drive took a few hours, and as we got deeper into southern Utah, the landscape changed. The city faded away, replaced by these vast stretches of red dirt and juniper trees, with cliffs rising in the distance. It felt like we were entering another world. We pulled into the campsite around 10 in the morning. The place was deserted, just like we'd hoped. The gate was unlocked, but there was a sign saying closed for the season, so we figured it was okay to use it, as long as we were respectful. We drove slowly down the dirt road, dust kicking up behind us, and found a spot near the edge of the camping area. It was shaded by a couple of pinyon pines with a fire ring and a picnic table that looked a little weathered. We got out, stretched our legs, and started unpacking our gear. The air was cool but warming up fast, and you could smell that dry, earthy scent of the desert. Setting up camp was straightforward. We pitched the tent, unloaded the coolers, and laid out our sleeping bags. I remember feeling pretty good at that point. The silence was deep, broken only by the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional bird call. Greg joked about how we might be the only people for miles, and I laughed, but part of me felt a little uneasy. Not scared, just aware of how isolated we were. We decided to gather some firewood for later, and that's when things started to shift. We'd been there maybe an hour when we heard the sound of an engine. At first, I thought it was just a car passing on the main road, but it got louder, closer. Then a truck came into view, a dark-colored pickup, moving slowly down the campsite road toward us. It stopped about 50 feet away, and a man got out. He was tall, wearing jeans and a dark jacket, and he had this intense look on his face, not angry but stern, like he meant business. He started walking toward us, and I felt my stomach tighten. Greg and I exchanged glances, and I could tell he was thinking the same thing. Who is this guy? The man approached us and didn't waste any time. "You boys need to leave," he said, his voice flat and firm. He had a badge pinned to his jacket, but it was small and I had to squint to see it. I've seen enough cop shows to know what a badge looks like, but this one seemed off. It was shiny, but not in a professional way. I hesitated, then asked, "Are you with the police? This place is closed, but we're just camping for the day." That's when his demeanor changed. His eyes narrowed, and he took a step closer. "I'm law enforcement, and I'm telling you to pack up and go, now." I've never been great with authority, so I pushed back a little. "Can we see some ID or something? We don't want any trouble." That was a mistake. His face hardened, and he unzipped his jacket slightly, revealing a pistol holstered at his hip. It was a .40 caliber. I know guns, and I could see the make from where I stood. He didn't draw it, but he rested his hand on the grip, his fingers tightening around it. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Greg was standing beside me, and I heard him suck in a sharp breath. The man's eyes locked onto mine, and he said, "I won't ask again. Get out." The terror in that moment was like nothing I've ever felt. It wasn't just fear, it was this cold, sinking feeling that we were in real danger. The man was too close, invading our space, and the way he kept gripping that gun made it clear he was ready to use it. I could see the tension in his knuckles, the way his jaw was set. Greg later told me that the whole time, the man's hand never left the gun, like he was itching for a reason. I believed him because I saw it too. Every time we moved, his fingers would twitch, adjusting their grip. It was subtle, but it screamed violence. We didn't argue anymore. We just started packing up, our hands shaking as we shoved gear into bags. I kept glancing at the man who stood there watching us, his arms crossed now, but his eyes never leaving us. The silence was heavy, broken only by the sound of our frantic movements and the wind. It felt like hours, but it was probably only 10 or 15 minutes. We threw everything into the truck, not even bothering to fold the tent properly, just stuffed it in the back. As we got into the cab, I looked at the man one last time. He was still standing there, expressionless, like a statue. I started the engine and we drove off, not saying a word until we were back on the main road. The drive back to Salt Lake City was tense. Greg was quiet, staring out the window, and I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that truck following us. My hands were sweaty on the steering wheel and my mind was racing. What if he had shot us? What if we'd said the wrong thing? We talked a little about what happened, but it was mostly just reassurances that we did the right thing by leaving. We got back to the city late that afternoon, and the first thing I did was call the Salt Lake City Police Department to report it. The person on the phone took down the details, and a couple of days later I got a call back. They said the man was Officer Neal, a real cop, and he'd been involved in a shooting recently that was under investigation. They told me the internal affairs had cleared him, and that he was probably just doing his job patrolling the area. But hearing that didn't make me feel better. It made it worse. Knowing he was a real officer, someone who's supposed to protect people, and he acted that way, it left me feeling hollow. The system protected him, and we were just two guys who almost got hurt because of it. Even now, months later, I can't shake the memory. The way he looked at us, the way his hand stayed on that gun, it's burned into my brain. I wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, heart racing, thinking about what could have happened. Greg says he feels the same, and we don't talk about it much because it brings it all back. That day in the desert, for a few minutes, I truly believed we were going to die, and the fact that it was someone in a badge makes it all the more terrifying. I don't have any answers, and I probably never will. It just happened, and it's part of me now. Story 17. It was one of those perfect summer days, the kind that gets burned into your memory for all the right reasons. At least, that's how it started. I was 16, and my Uncle Rick had dragged me up north of Quebec for a week of camping and fishing, just the two of us. He was trying to, as he put it, get me away from screens and back into the real world. I wasn't complaining. I loved it up there. The air was so clean it almost hurt to breathe, and the silence was a heavy, living thing. That particular morning, we'd set up camp by this wide, slow-moving river. The water was this incredible shade of slate grey, so clear you could see the rounded stones at the bottom. After a lazy breakfast, my uncle decided to nap in his tent. He'd been up since 4 in the morning trying to catch fish with no luck. Bored and with the sun warming my skin, I figured I'd go for a walk. I told him I was just going to follow the riverbank for a bit. He grunted from inside his tent. "Don't go too far and watch for bears." I remember laughing it off. Bears. Yeah, right. I'd seen a moose from a distance 2 days before, and that was about as exciting as it had gotten. I set off, the soft, damp earth of the bank squishing under my hiking boots. The sound of the river was a constant, gentle rush, and birds were chirping everywhere. It was peaceful, really peaceful. I must have walked for about an hour, just following the curves of the river, skipping stones, and enjoying being completely alone. The forest on my left was thick, a wall of dark green pine and birch. I wasn't scared. I felt like I owned the whole world. I remember looking at my watch. It was just after 1 in the afternoon. The sun was high and it was hot. That's when it started to change. It was so subtle I almost didn't notice it at first. The birds stopped singing. I didn't think much of it. Maybe a hawk flew over or something. I kept walking, but then I realized the insects had gone quiet too. The constant buzz of flies and mosquitoes that had been a backdrop to everything just vanished. The only sound was the river, and even that seemed to get quieter, like someone was turning down the volume on the world. A weird feeling started to creep up the back of my neck. It wasn't a thought, it was a physical sensation, a cold prickle that made the fine hairs on my arms stand up. I stopped walking and just listened. Nothing. Absolute silence. It was a heavy, pressing kind of silence, the kind that feels like it's squeezing you. I'd never experienced anything like it. It was wrong. Forests aren't supposed to be this quiet in the middle of the day. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line. My heart was starting to beat a little faster, a dull thud in my ears. That's when I saw it. 15 feet away, right at the edge where the trees met the grass, stood a wolf. But it wasn't a wolf. I mean, it was shaped like a wolf, but it was all wrong. It was massive. I'm not exaggerating. This thing was bigger than a bear. Its shoulders were hunched and powerful, and its fur was black, not a glossy black, but a deep matte black, like it was sucking the light out of the air around it. It was just standing there, completely motionless. And its eyes, they weren't normal animal eyes. They were this bright, sickly yellow, and they glowed. Not like they were reflecting light, but like they had their own light source from deep inside its head. They were fixed right on me. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. It was like every muscle in my body had just frozen solid. My brain was screaming at me to run, to do something, but my body wouldn't listen. It was the most pure, undiluted terror I have ever felt in my life. It wasn't just fear of being attacked. It was a deeper, older fear, like I was looking at something that wasn't supposed to exist. I remembered my cat, Mittens, from when I was a kid. She was a great hunter, and right before she'd pounce on a mouse, she'd go perfectly still. Not a twitch. That's what this was. This huge, impossible wolf was in a predatory freeze. It wasn't just looking at me, it was sizing me up, calculating the exact moment to lunge. That memory of my cat broke the spell on my body. It was like a switch flipped. I didn't think, I didn't plan, I just ran. I spun around and bolted, not back down the path I came, but straight towards the river. There was a thick patch of thorny bushes between me and the water, and I just plowed right through them. Thorns ripped at my arms and my jeans, but I didn't feel a thing. Adrenaline was coursing through me, a roaring in my ears that was louder than the silence had been. I could hear nothing else, see nothing else. My only thought was the river. I hit the water at a full sprint. The shock of the cold was like a punch to the chest. The current was stronger than it looked from the bank, and it immediately grabbed me, pulling me off my feet. I went under, the world turning into a chaotic, churning grey-green. I kicked and flailed, my backpack trying to drag me down. My head broke the surface and I gasped in a lungful of air, choking on a bit of water. I didn't try to fight the current. I just let it take me. I was paddling just enough to keep my head above water, but I was moving fast, faster than I could ever have run. The river was taking me away from it. That was all that mattered, and I never looked back. Not once. That's a detail people don't always get. In movies, the person always looks back. I didn't. I was too terrified that if I turned my head, I would see those glowing yellow eyes right behind me, keeping pace with me on the bank. I couldn't bear the thought of seeing it again, so I just stared straight ahead, at the trees whipping past on the shore, my body numb with cold and fear. I have no idea how long I was in the water. It felt like both an eternity and a single heartbeat. The river bent and twisted, and eventually I saw our campsite up ahead. I started fighting the current then, swimming clumsily towards the shore. My limbs felt like lead. I half swam, half crawled onto the muddy bank, collapsing on all fours, vomiting up river water. I was shaking so hard I could barely stand. My uncle heard the commotion and came out of his tent. He took one look at me, soaking wet, covered in mud and bleeding from a dozen scratches, my face probably white as a sheet, and his expression went from confused to concerned. "What in the hell happened to you?" he asked, helping me to my feet. My teeth were chattering so much I could barely talk. "A wolf," I managed to stammer out. "A huge wolf, back by the bend. It was massive. Its eyes—" My uncle's face relaxed and then he laughed. It wasn't a mean laugh, but it was a dismissive one. It cut through me deeper than the cold water had. "Kid, there are no wolves in this area," he said, clapping me on the back. "Hasn't been for years. You probably saw a big black bear. The light plays tricks on you in the trees. You got spooked, ran through some brambles and fell in the river. That's all." I tried to argue, my voice trembling. "It wasn't a bear, Uncle Rick. I know what a bear looks like. This was a wolf. It was bigger than a bear. Its eyes were glowing." He just shook his head, still smiling. "Glowing eyes? Come on now, you're shaking. Let's get you by the fire and into some dry clothes. You've had a scare, that's all." He never believed me. Not then, not later when I brought it up again. To him, it was a simple case of a city kid mistaking a bear for a monster and panicking. He rationalized it away. But I knew what I saw. I know what I saw. The rest of the day is a blur. I sat by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, but I couldn't get warm. The feeling of that silence, the image of that thing standing there was burned into my mind. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those two glowing yellow dots in the darkness. We packed up and left the next morning, a day early. I didn't argue. I didn't tell my uncle it was because I was too scared to spend another night there. I just said I wasn't feeling well. It's been more than 10 years now. I've never gone back to that part of Quebec. I don't go into deep woods anymore, period. The sound of total silence still makes my skin crawl, and sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, just on the edge of sleep, I'll see them again. Those two pinpricks of sickly yellow light, motionless in the dark, watching me. I never saw it move. I never heard it make a sound. I just felt its intention, a pure, predatory hunger that was focused entirely on me. I escaped, but I've never really felt like I got away. Some part of me is still in that river, being carried away, too afraid to look back. Story 18. It was one of those perfect spring mornings where the air just feels clean, you know, the kind that makes you want to get things done. I'd been working on this little herb garden for a few weeks, just a small patch by the side of the house. Nothing fancy. There's a mint because it's impossible to kill, a couple of cherry tomato plants, and a rosemary bush I was really proud of. It was doing better than anything I'd ever tried to grow. Not a single leaf was chewed up, even though the neighborhood cats treat my yard like their personal buffet. It felt lucky, charmed even. I remember smiling to myself, thinking I'd finally gotten the hang of this gardening thing. The sun was warm on my back, and I was just puttering around, pulling up the little invaders that always try to take over. That's when I saw them. A small cluster of these tiny white flowers nestled right up against the base of the rosemary. They were delicate, with little yellow centers, and they hadn't been there the day before. I didn't think twice. Weeds are weeds, right? I just reached down, got a good grip at the base, and yanked them out. The roots came up easy, with a soft, tearing sound from the dirt. The second they were in my hand, I felt it. It started as a warmth on my right shoulder blade, a focused spot of heat, like I'd stepped into a beam of sunlight coming through a magnifying glass. I shrugged my shoulder, thinking my t-shirt was bunching up weird or something. But the warmth didn't go away. In fact, it started to intensify. Within a minute, it wasn't just warm anymore. It was a sharp, steady burn. Not a sting, like a bug bite, but a deep, penetrating heat, exactly like I'd leaned my back against a hot stove, or stayed too long with my back to a roaring campfire. It was a pain with presence, with weight behind it. I dropped the little bunch of flowers and reached my left hand over my right shoulder, my fingers scrambling under the fabric of my shirt. My skin was hot to the touch, really hot, but there was no wetness, no blistering feeling, just this intense, dry heat coming from my own body. I actually looked at my fingers, half expecting to see something on them, but they were just clean. I remember my heart starting to thump a little harder in my chest. This wasn't right. This wasn't a muscle cramp or a sunburn. This was something else entirely. I went inside, the burn a constant, nagging presence. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, twisting and contorting to try and see my own back. I couldn't get a good angle, so I gave up and just splashed some cool water on my face. The cold water felt good on my hands, but it did nothing for the fire in my shoulder. I tried to tell myself I'd just pulled a muscle weirdly, that the nerves were getting confused. But I knew that was a lie. You don't pull a muscle by pulling a weed. The two things don't connect. I had plans to meet my friend for coffee later that afternoon. By the time I left the house, the burning had settled into a persistent, angry throb. It was all I could think about. We sat down at this little cafe, and I must have been fidgeting, shifting in my seat, trying to find a position where my back didn't feel like it was pressed against a heating element. My friend noticed right away. "You okay?" she asked. "You're moving like you've got ants in your pants." I laughed it off at first. "It's my back, just feels really hot for some reason. Weird, right?" She leaned forward, her brow furrowed. "Let me see." I felt a little silly, but I turned in my chair and lifted the back of my shirt just enough for her to see. I heard her sharp intake of breath. "Whoa," she said, her voice low. "What did you do?" "What? What is it?" "There are lines, 4 of them, like scratches, really red, angry scratches." My blood went cold. I craned my neck, trying to see again, but it was useless. "Scratches? Are they bleeding?" "No," she said, and her voice was dead serious. "No, the skin isn't broken. It looks like someone dug their fingernails into your back. Really hard, but the skin is totally smooth. It's just these 4 bright red lines." I let my shirt fall back down. The air in the cafe suddenly felt thick. I could still feel the heat pulsing from those exact spots. 4 lines, 4 claw marks. That's what it felt like. A cold dread started to uncoil in my stomach, something deeper and older than the confusion I'd felt earlier. We finished our coffee, but the conversation was strained. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. I hadn't brushed up against anything. I hadn't fallen. I'd been alone in the garden. The only thing I'd done was pull those flowers. And then, like a ghost whispering in my ear, I remembered my grandmother. She was from the old country, and she used to tell me stories when I was a kid, stories I'd mostly written off as fairy tales. She talked about the spirits of the land, the guardians. She said a fox spirit, a kitsune, was particularly fond of rosemary. She said they were clever and powerful, and if you had rosemary growing strong and healthy, it might be because one had chosen to bless your garden, and they didn't take kindly to disrespect. I'd always thought it was just a story, a charming bit of folklore, but sitting there, with my shoulder burning with 4 phantom claw marks, the story didn't feel charming anymore. It felt like a warning I'd been too stupid to remember. The drive home was a blur. The burning in my back seemed to get hotter with every mile, as if it knew I was getting closer to the source. My garden, those flowers, I'd yanked them out without a second thought. I'd disrespected its domain. As soon as I got home, I went straight to the garden. The little pile of white flowers was still lying on the dirt where I'd dropped them, already starting to wilt. I looked at the rosemary bush. It seemed the same, but the air around it felt different, heavier, still. I felt like I was being watched, and not by a person. This was a deeper, more ancient kind of attention. The hairs on my arms stood up. I knew what I had to do. It felt insane, ridiculous. But the alternative, this burning, this marking, was so much worse. I had to apologize. I didn't have much in the house, but I remembered that foxes were supposed to like fish. I had some leftover grilled salmon from the night before. My hands were shaking as I put it on a small ceramic plate. I felt like a complete idiot, walking out into my backyard in the fading evening light to make an offering to a spirit from my grandmother's stories. I placed the plate carefully at the foot of the rosemary bush, right where I'd pulled the flowers. I didn't know what to say, so I just whispered it to the air, to the dirt, to whatever might be listening. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice barely audible. "I'm so sorry I pulled your flowers. I didn't know. I promise I won't touch them again. I won't disrespect your garden." I felt like a crazy person, but as I stood there, a weird thing happened. The neighbor's dog, a big, goofy golden retriever named Buddy, who was always trotting over to say hello, came bounding into my yard from the side gate he always nudged open. He was halfway to me, his tail wagging, when he suddenly stopped dead. He didn't growl, he didn't whine, he just froze. His entire body went rigid, his ears pinned back and his head lowered. He was staring not at me, but at a spot just behind me near the rosemary bush. He let out this low, terrified whimper, and then he scrambled backwards, turned and bolted out of the yard, faster than I'd ever seen him move. He didn't stop running until he was inside his own house. My heart was hammering against my ribs. Buddy had seen something, or sensed something, something I couldn't see, but that had terrified a 70-pound dog into a panic. I went back inside, my skin crawling. I didn't know what else to do. I sat on my couch in the dark, just waiting, and that's when I noticed it. The burning in my shoulder was starting to fade. It wasn't instant. It was slow, like a fever breaking. The intense, sharp pain receded first, leaving behind a dull, warm ache. Over the next hour, even that faded. By the time I finally got up the nerve to go back into the bathroom and look in the mirror, twisting myself into that awkward position again, the red lines were gone. I mean, completely gone. There was no trace of them, no redness, no swelling, not even a faint pink mark. My skin was just my skin. I ran my fingers over the spot. It felt perfectly normal, cool, smooth, like the last 5 hours had never happened. But they had happened. The memory of the pain was seared into my mind. The image of those 4 angry lines was burned onto the back of my eyelids. The sight of Buddy, frozen in fear, was a clip on a constant loop in my head. I didn't sleep much that night. Every little sound from the yard made me jump. I'd stare at the ceiling, listening, wondering what was out there. The relief of the pain being gone was huge, but it was overshadowed by a new, deeper kind of fear, a knowing. This was real. It was all real. The next morning, the sun came up like it always does. The world looked normal. Birds were chirping. I made coffee. But I was terrified to go outside. I stood at the back door for a long time, just looking at my garden through the glass. Finally, I had to know. I had to see. I opened the door and walked out, my steps slow and careful. The air was fresh and cool. I went straight to the rosemary bush. The plate was there, but it was empty, clean. Not a speck of fish or oil left on it. It looked like it had just come out of the dishwasher. And right next to it, in the exact same spot where I had pulled them out, was a new cluster of those tiny white flowers. Only they weren't tiny anymore. They had grown. They were taller, sturdier. Their white petals open wide to the morning sun. They looked healthy and strong, more vibrant than any weed had a right to be. I didn't touch them. I didn't even get close. I just looked at them, and then at the empty plate, and then back at the unmarked, normal skin on my shoulder in the reflection of the kitchen window. I never planted anything in that garden again. The mint took over, the tomatoes eventually withered, but the rosemary and those white flowers, they're still there. They're the healthiest plants on the entire property. I make sure they have water. I make sure they have space. I don't ever touch them. I learned my lesson. I know what's watching over that patch of dirt. And I know, without a single doubt, that I'm just a guest in its domain. The terror of that day, the unexplained burn, the phantom claws, the vanished offering, it all cemented one thing in my mind. It's not just my garden. It never was. And I'll never forget the price of forgetting that, not for as long as I live. Story 19. I still remember that day like it was yesterday, even though it happened when I was just a kid. My family used to go camping a lot back then, mostly because my dad loved getting away from the city and my mom was always up for an adventure. We'd pack up the old station wagon with tents, sleeping bags, and a cooler full of sandwiches and soda, and just drive out to some quiet spot in Oregon. This one time, we ended up near this small creek just outside a little town whose name I can't even recall now. It was one of those places that felt like it was stuck in time, with nothing but trees and the sound of water for miles. That particular trip, we'd set up camp in a clearing not too far from the creek. It was a warm summer day, the kind where the air feels heavy and the sun hangs in the sky forever. I must have been around 8 or 9 years old, full of energy and bored out of my mind after helping my parents set up the tent. My older brother was off somewhere with his friends, and my parents were busy getting a fire going for dinner. I remember the smell of pine needles and damp earth, mixed with the faint scent of bug spray we'd all slathered on. The creek was my favorite spot. It was shallow and clear, with smooth, flat stones perfect for skipping. I'd spent hours there on previous trips, just tossing rocks and watching the ripples spread out. That evening, around 5 o'clock, I decided to head down to the creek alone. My mom had told me not to wander off too far, but I figured it was just a short walk, and I needed to get away from the grown-up chatter. The path from our camp to the creek was narrow and winding, lined with ferns and tall trees that cast long shadows as the sun started to dip lower. I could hear the creek before I saw it, a gentle, constant gurgling that always made me feel calm. When I reached the bank, the water was shimmering in the late afternoon light, and the air was cooler there, with a mist rising off the surface. I started picking up stones, testing their weight in my hand before I threw them. The best ones were smooth and flat, and they'd skip 2 or 3 times before sinking. I was lost in the rhythm of it, the plink, plink, plink sound echoing in the quiet. The woods around me were alive with little noises, birds chirping, leaves rustling, the occasional snap of a twig. It was all so normal, so peaceful. I remember feeling proud of myself for being brave enough to come out here alone, like I was some kind of explorer. Then something made me look up. I don't know what it was. Maybe a shift in the light, or a feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. Across the creek, on the opposite bank, I saw it. A dark, tall, thin shape just standing there. At first, I thought it was a tree or a stump, but it was too straight, too still. It was maybe 20 feet away, and it was human-like but not human. It was all shadow, no features, just this elongated silhouette that seemed to absorb the light around it. It was perfectly still, and I got this intense sensation that it was watching me. Not in a friendly way, but like it was fixed on me, studying me. My heart started pounding in my chest, so loud I could hear it in my ears. I froze, my hand still clutching a stone I was about to throw. I remember my breath catching in my throat, and I felt cold all over, even though the air was warm. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just a trick of the light or my imagination running wild, but it didn't move. It just stood there, silent and unmoving, and the longer I stared, the more real it felt. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had this gut-deep fear that I'd never felt before. It wasn't like being scared of the dark or of a spider. This was deeper, like something primal was screaming at me to run. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe only a few seconds, but it felt like hours. Finally, I managed to call out, "Hello?" My voice came out shaky and small, almost a whisper. There was no response. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It was like it was part of the landscape, but it felt wrong, out of place. The woods had gone quiet. No birds, no rustling, just the creek's steady flow and the thumping of my heart. I blinked, just a quick one, to clear my eyes, and when I opened them again, it was gone, vanished, like it had never been there at all. For a moment, I just stood there, stunned. My legs felt weak, and I had to sit down on the damp ground. I kept staring at the spot where it had been, half expecting it to reappear, but there was nothing, just the trees and the fading light. The fear didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. I felt exposed, like whatever it was could still be watching me from somewhere I couldn't see. I scrambled to my feet, dropping the stone I was holding, and ran back to camp as fast as I could. I didn't look back once. I just ran, my feet slipping on the path, branches scraping my arms. When I burst into the clearing where our tent was, my parents were still by the fire. My mom was stirring a pot of beans, and my dad was adding more wood to the flames. I must have looked a mess. Breathless, pale, with dirt on my clothes, I blurted out what I'd seen, my words tumbling over each other. I told them about the dark shape, how it was watching me, how it vanished when I blinked. My dad laughed it off at first, saying it was probably just a tree stump or a shadow from the setting sun. My mom patted my shoulder and said I had an active imagination, that I'd been reading too many scary stories. But I knew it wasn't my imagination. I could still feel the weight of that thing's gaze on me, like a cold spot on my skin. I didn't argue with them. What could I say? I was just a kid, and they were the adults who knew better. So I sat by the fire, trying to act normal, but I couldn't shake the unease. Every time the wind rustled the trees, I'd jump. Every shadow seemed to move on its own. As it got darker, the woods around our camp felt thicker, more menacing. The sounds of the night, crickets, owls, the crackle of the fire, all seemed to hide something else, something waiting. We ate dinner, but I could barely swallow my food. My parents chatted about normal stuff, work, the weather, plans for the next day, but I kept my eyes on the tree line. I felt like I was being watched, and not in a paranoid way. It was a physical sensation, like pins and needles crawling up my back. I'd glance over my shoulder, expecting to see that dark shape again, but there was nothing. Just the deep black of the forest, broken only by the firelight. My mum noticed I was quiet and asked if I was okay. I nodded, but I didn't tell her how scared I was. I didn't want to sound crazy. When it was time for bed, I crawled into my sleeping bag in the tent, but I couldn't sleep. The fabric of the tent felt thin, like it wouldn't keep anything out. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to every little noise. The zipper of the tent door, the rustle of my brother's sleeping bag, my dad's soft snoring. It all seemed too loud, too close. But underneath it all, I kept hearing things that weren't there. A faint rustling outside, like footsteps, or a low whisper that faded when I strained to hear it. My heart wouldn't slow down, and I felt cold sweat on my forehead. At one point I had to pee, but I was too scared to go outside alone. I held it until I couldn't anymore, and then I woke my dad up. He grumbled a bit, but walked me out to the edge of the trees with a flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, but it didn't reach far. I remember the way the light danced on the leaves, making shadows twist and shift. I hurried back to the tent, my dad following, and I didn't look behind me. Once we were inside, I zipped the flap up tight and lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. I just stared at the ceiling of the tent, watching the shadows from the fire outside move across it. The whole night, I felt that presence, like something was out there, just beyond the light, watching. It wasn't aggressive or threatening in an obvious way. It was patient, silent. I'd close my eyes and see that tall, thin shape in my mind, and I'd jerk them open again. My muscles were tense, and I kept curling into a ball, trying to make myself smaller. The air in the tent felt thick, hard to breathe. I remember the exact smell of the nylon and the damp ground beneath us, mixed with the faint scent of smoke. It's funny how those details stick with you when you're terrified. Morning finally came, and with the sunlight, some of the fear faded, but not all of it. We packed up and left later that day, and I was relieved to be going home. On the drive back, I didn't say much. My parents probably thought I'd gotten over it, but I hadn't. For years, I avoided talking about it, but it stayed with me. Then, when I was a teenager, I heard about this local legend from someone who'd grown up in the area. They called it the Watcher, a shadowy figure that appears near water when you're alone. They said it's been spotted for generations, always silent, always watching, and then it vanishes. Hearing that sent a chill down my spine, because it matched exactly what I'd seen. I never went back to that creek alone, not even as an adult. Sometimes, when I'm near water at night, I get that same feeling, like I'm being watched, and I have to force myself not to look too hard into the shadows. I don't know if it was paranormal or just some weird trick of the mind, but whatever it was, it felt real enough to change me, and to this day, I still can't explain it. Story 20. The neighborhood isn't the best, but it's not the worst either. Mostly apartments and a few old houses crammed together with streetlights that flicker like they're about to give up. I live on the second floor of a brick building, and the stairs creak something awful. That night, the air had that damp chill that seeps into your bones, and I remember wishing I'd worn a thicker jacket. Buddy was tugging at the leash, eager to sniff around, so I let him lead the way down the sidewalk. We'd only gone a block or so when I first noticed the SUV. It was a big, dark-colored thing, maybe a Ford Explorer or something similar, just idling at the corner. I didn't think much of it at first. People park weird places all the time, but then it started rolling slowly, keeping pace with us. Not right on our tail, but close enough that I could hear the low rumble of its engine over the distant hum of traffic. Buddy paused to lift his leg on a fire hydrant, and I glanced back. The SUV's windows were tinted so I couldn't see inside, but it felt like someone was watching. I picked up the pace, tugging Buddy along. He's not a big dog, maybe 20 pounds, so he trotted beside me, his nails clicking on the pavement. My heart started beating a little faster, that uneasy feeling you get when you know something's off. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid. It's a city, cars drive around at night, but this one was just lingering. Then, as we passed this old Victorian house a couple blocks from my apartment, the SUV's high beams flashed on, lighting up the front of the house like it was daytime. Not just a quick flicker, it stayed on, focused right on the porch and windows. I froze for a second, staring. The house is kind of run down, with peeling paint and a sagging roof, and in that sudden light, it looked eerie, almost haunted. But what really got me was that the spotlight wasn't moving around. It was fixed on that one spot like they were inspecting it or something. Then, just as quick, the beams cut off and the SUV started rolling again, still following us. That's when the fear really set in. My mouth went dry and I could feel sweat pricking at the back of my neck despite the cold. Buddy whined, sensing my tension, and I scooped him up into my arms. He's light, but holding him made me feel a tiny bit safer, like I could protect him if I needed to. I started walking faster, my eyes darting around for somewhere to go. The SUV kept pace, maybe 20 feet behind, its engine purring softly. I didn't want to look back again, but I could feel it there, a presence that made the hair on my arms stand up. I remembered there's a bar about half a block away, the Rusty Nail, with a parking lot around the side. It's usually busy enough that there might be people around, but not so crowded that I'd stick out. I made a split-second decision and ducked into the alley that leads to the lot. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I could hear it in my ears. Buddy squirmed in my arms, but I held him tight, whispering, "It's okay, boy," though I was anything but okay. The parking lot was dimly lit, with a couple of cars scattered around and the back door of the bar propped open, letting out a blast of music and laughter. I crouched behind a dumpster, the smell of garbage and stale beer hitting me. The concrete was cold and gritty under my knees, and I could feel the dampness seeping through my jeans. I peered around the edge of the dumpster, watching the mouth of the alley. Seconds felt like hours. Buddy was panting, his warm breath fogging in the air, and I stroked his head to calm us both down. Then I saw the SUV slow down at the alley entrance. It paused, and for a terrifying moment, I thought it was going to turn in. The headlights swept across the opening, and I ducked back, pressing myself against the dumpster. My whole body was trembling, and I could taste the metallic fear in my mouth. I heard the engine rev slightly, and then it moved on, continuing down the street. I stayed there for what felt like forever, just listening to the sound of it fading away. When I finally dared to look, the street was empty. No sign of the SUV. I stood up slowly, my legs shaky, and Buddy licked my face like he was trying to reassure me. The noise from the bar felt distant now, almost muffled. I took a deep breath, the air cold and sharp in my lungs, and decided it was time to get the hell home. I didn't run, I didn't want to draw attention, but I walked as fast as I could without breaking into a jog. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound made me jump. A cat darted across the street and I nearly screamed. Buddy was quiet in my arms, his body tense. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the road stayed empty. The whole way back, my mind was racing. Who were they? Why were they following me? And why shine that spotlight on that house? It didn't make sense. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? A car drove near me. It sounded stupid even in my head. When I got to my building, I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so bad I dropped them twice. The stairwell was dark because the bulb had blown out again, and I had to feel my way up, each step creaking loudly. Inside my apartment, I locked the door and slid the deadbolt, then leaned against it, breathing heavily. Buddy jumped down and went to his water bowl, lapping noisily. I checked the peephole, but the hallway was empty. I didn't sleep much that night. Every car passing outside made me sit up, heart pounding. I kept replaying it in my head. The SUV, the spotlight, the way it felt like they were hunting me. I thought about urban legends I'd heard, stories of people being followed and worse, and it didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. The fear was real, a heavy weight in my chest that hasn't fully gone away. Even now, weeks later, I'm more cautious. I avoid walking Buddy late at night if I can help it, and I always scan the streets before I step out. I never found out what that was about. No news reports, nothing. Just this lingering unease that maybe they weren't after me specifically, but something else, and I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but I'll never know for sure, and that's what haunts me the most. Story 21. It was one of those lazy Friday afternoons that just drag on, you know? School had let out for the weekend, and I didn't have much going on. My best friend, I'll just call him my friend, since naming him feels weird, lived in this old orphanage where his mom worked as a caretaker. It wasn't like a scary movie orphanage or anything, just a big kind of run-down building that had been around forever. His apartment was on the second floor, tucked away in a corner, and it always had this faint smell of dust and old wood, like the place was holding its breath. I'd been over there plenty of times before, so it wasn't unusual for me to crash for a night or two. That day, we were just hanging out, bored out of our minds. The weather was crap, grey and drizzly, so we couldn't go outside. We'd already played video games until our eyes hurt, and we were scrolling through movies on his shelf when he pulled out Paranormal Activity. It had just come out on DVD, and everyone at school was talking about how terrifying it was. I'd been curious, but too chicken to watch it alone. So when he suggested it, I was like, why not? It's not like we had anything better to do. We set up in his living room, which was small and cluttered with mismatched furniture. The couch was this lumpy thing that sank in the middle, and we had to prop pillows behind us to stay upright. His TV was an old CRT model, the kind with the bulky back, and the DVD player had been acting up lately. Sometimes it would skip or freeze for no reason. He popped in the disc, and we settled in with the lights off, just the blue glow of the screen filling the room. The air felt heavy, and I remember hearing the wind picking up outside, whistling through the cracks in the window frames. The movie started, and right away, it got under my skin. It's not like it was gory or anything, but the way it was filmed, all shaky and personal, made it feel too real. Every little noise in the orphanage seemed amplified. The creak of the floorboards upstairs, the hum of the fridge in the kitchen, even our own breathing. My friend kept glancing at me, and I could tell he was just as spooked. We'd pause it sometimes to laugh nervously, or make dumb jokes to break the tension, but mostly we were silent, glued to the screen. There's this one scene where the door moves on its own, and I swear, at that exact moment, something banged against the wall in the hallway outside the apartment. We both jumped, and my heart hammered in my chest. I had to remind myself it was probably just the wind or someone walking around, but it didn't help. The movie dragged on, and by the end, I was clutching a pillow, my knuckles white. When the credits finally started rolling, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, feeling relieved it was over. But then, the credits didn't roll normally. They flew by super fast, like someone had hit the fast-forward button, but we hadn't touched the remote. It was weird, just a blur of white text scrolling up the screen too quickly to read anything. My friend frowned and reached for the remote on the coffee table. "What the hell?" he muttered, and he pressed pause. The screen froze, and that's when I saw it. My eyes focused on the credits, and for a second I thought I was seeing things. Every single name listed was my first name. Let's say it's Alex, since that's my real first name, but I don't want to use it here, followed by different last names. Alex Johnson, Alex Miller, Alex Garcia, Alex Lee, on, filling the entire screen. It wasn't just one or two, it was every line, like the whole cast and crew had my name. My stomach dropped, and I felt this cold wave wash over me like I'd been dunked in ice water. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I could hear my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. I pointed at the screen, my hand shaking. "Do you see that?" I asked, my voice coming out all tight and strained. My friend leaned closer, squinting. "Yeah," he said slowly. That's your name. All of them." He sounded as freaked out as I felt. We just stared for what felt like forever, not saying anything. The room seemed to get colder, and I remember rubbing my arms, trying to warm up. The only light was from the TV, casting weird shadows on the walls, and I kept expecting something to move in the corners of my vision. After a minute, my friend grabbed the remote again. "Let's rewind it and see if it does it again," he said, his voice a little shaky. He hit play, and the credits started from the beginning, but this time they rolled normally, slow and steady, with all the regular names you'd expect. No trace of my name anywhere. We watched the whole thing through, and it was just normal, like nothing had happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling. My hands were still trembling, and I had this knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away. It felt like someone had played a cruel joke on me, or worse, like something had singled me out. Why would the credits do that? And why only for that one moment? We talked about it for a bit, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a glitch in the DVD or some kind of prank, but it didn't make sense. The DVD was brand new, straight from the store, and we hadn't messed with it. Plus, the way it happened, so specific and personal, it didn't feel random. The rest of the evening was tense. We turned on all the lights, but the apartment still felt off, like the air was thicker somehow. Every little sound made me jump. The fridge kicking on, a door closing somewhere in the building, even the rustle of our clothes as we moved around. My friend suggested we watch something else to take our minds off it, but I couldn't focus. All I could think about was those names flashing on the screen with my name over and over. As it got later, I knew I should head home. I lived just a few blocks away, but the thought of walking back alone in the dark made my skin crawl. The orphanage isn't in a bad neighborhood or anything, but that night everything felt threatening. The streetlights seemed dimmer, and the shadows between buildings looked deeper. I kept imagining someone, or something, watching me from the windows. So I asked if I could stay over, and my friend agreed without hesitation. I think he was just as relieved not to be alone. We ended up crashing in his room, with the door locked and a lamp on. I didn't sleep much. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jolt awake, thinking I heard whispers or footsteps in the hallway. At one point, I swear I saw a shadow move under the door, but when I nudged my friend, he said it was probably nothing. The whole night, I felt this oppressive weight on my chest, like I was being watched. It was the kind of fear that sinks into your bones and stays there, making every breath feel heavy. The next morning, things seemed back to normal. The sun was out, and the orphanage was buzzing with the usual sounds of kids and staff. We tried playing the DVD again, just out of curiosity, and the credits were perfectly fine. I've watched Paranormal Activity since then, at home or with other friends, and it never happened again. But that one time, in that apartment, it felt like a message meant just for me. I still don't know what caused it, and I doubt I ever will. It's one of those things that just sticks with you, popping into your head at random moments and sending a chill down your spine all over again. Story 22. I've lived next to these woods my whole life. They've always been there, this big wall of green and shadow at the edge of our backyard, but they've never felt right. Not like a friendly place you'd want to explore. It's split, see, into two parts. There's the upper forest, which is kinda normal, just hills and normal trees. Then there's the lower forest, down a steep rocky ledge. That part is different. The light doesn't hit it the same. It's always colder there, even in the middle of summer. The air gets thick and still. You just know, deep in your guts, that you shouldn't go down there. This all started for me about 4 years ago, when I was 11. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I had a math test the next day, and I was trying to get out of studying for it. It was broad daylight, maybe 3 in the afternoon. The sun was out, no clouds. I was kicking around near the tree line, right where our property meets the woods. There's this one spot, a little clearing between 2 birch trees. Their bark is all white and peely, and they stand out like bones against the darker trees. I was just staring into the woods, not really thinking about anything when I saw it. Between those 2 birch trees, standing perfectly still, was this figure. It was about the height of a 10-year-old kid, but it wasn't a kid. It was wearing this oversized dark cloak, like a heavy wool blanket that was way too big for it. The cloak was so dark it seemed to drink the light around it. And its head was smooth and round and pale, like a peeled hard-boiled egg. There were no features, no nose, no mouth. Just 2 blank empty holes where its eyes should have been. Not black, not shiny, just empty. Like someone had punched 2 voids into its face. It was swaying. A slow, gentle sway from side to side, but its feet weren't moving. It was like it was floating just an inch above the ground. rocking in a breeze I couldn't feel. My heart just dropped into my stomach. It was a physical feeling, like a cold rock had been shoved down my throat. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. My brain was screaming at me to run, but my legs were made of concrete. We just stared at each other. Me, a dumb kid in a t-shirt and jeans, and this thing from the lower forest. I don't know why I did it. The words just fell out of my mouth in a whisper so quiet I could barely hear it myself. Hello? The second I said it, the thing tilted its head. Just a slight, curious angle. It didn't make a sound. There was no rustle of cloth, no crunch of leaves. The forest around us had gone completely silent. No birds, no bugs, nothing. It was like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Those 10 seconds we stared at each other felt like an hour. I could see every detail. The way the cloak didn't seem to have any seams, the utter smoothness of its pale head, the depth of those eye holes, how they seemed to go back forever into nothing. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. My fingers were tingling. Then I managed to make my body work. I took one step back, just one, and it was gone. It didn't run away. It didn't fade. It just wasn't there anymore. 1 second it was standing between the birches, and the next the space was empty. The normal forest sounds rushed back in all at once. A bird chirped, a leaf rustled, and it was so loud it made me jump. I turned and I ran back to my house so fast I almost tripped over my own feet. I didn't look back. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my heart hammering against my ribs like it wanted to escape. I never told my parents. What was I supposed to say? Hey, I saw a creepy floating kid thing with no face in the woods. They'd have thought I was making it up for attention or watching too many scary movies, so I just kept it to myself. I avoided that spot for years. I'd mow the lawn, and I'd make a wide, careful arc around that part of the yard. I wouldn't even look in that direction. I thought maybe I'd just imagined it, a trick of the light, my mind playing games. I tried to convince myself of that for a long time. Then, last month, my cousin was over. She's a year younger than me and doesn't scare easy. We were hanging out in the backyard, and she was tossing a ball for our dog, Buster. The ball rolled a little too far towards the tree line, near that same spot. She went to go get it. I was about to yell for her to stop, to let it go, but it was too late. She froze. She was just standing there, staring into the woods. Her whole body went stiff. I ran over to her, my own fear flaring right back up. What? What is it? I asked. She didn't look at me. She just pointed a shaky finger between the 2 birch trees. I saw it, she whispered. Her voice was thin and tight with fear. It was just standing there. It had a cloak, and its face, it was completely blank. She described the exact same thing I saw, but she said the face was just smooth, no eye holes, just a blank, pale surface. That was almost worse, the idea that it could change. That's when I knew I hadn't imagined it. It was real, and it was still there. It got me thinking about other stuff, things I'd pushed to the back of my mind, like my friend Milo. This was years ago, back when we were all little kids. She was playing in the upper forest, the part that's supposed to be safe. She said she was chased by a pale blur. She said it moved too fast, zipping between the trees, and she just ran, pure terror fueling her legs. She didn't stop running until she was back in her house, slamming the door. Later that night, her neighbor's dog started howling like it was being hurt, a long, mournful sound that went on for almost an hour. And the next day, for no reason anyone could explain, her dad went out and cut down one of the birch trees near their property line. He just said it gave him the creeps. Then last summer, the sounds started. It began one night just after dusk, a rhythmic thumping coming up from the ground. It wasn't loud, but you could feel it through the soles of your feet if you were standing on the grass near the woods. Thump, thump, thump. It was slow and steady, like a stick wrapped in leather tapping the soil. I'd go to my window and press my ear to the glass, and I could hear it. this low, persistent beat coming from the direction of the lower forest. It would go on for what felt like forever, sometimes close to an hour, and then it would just stop. The silence afterwards was somehow even more frightening. Our dog, Buster, changed. He's a big, goofy golden retriever, not afraid of anything, but now he disappears every single night. We'll let him out before bed to do his business, and he just vanishes into the shadows of the yard. He doesn't bark, he doesn't whine. He's just gone for 20-30 minutes, and then he's back on the porch waiting to be let in. And he refuses, absolutely refuses, to go anywhere near the ledge that leads down to the lower forest. If you try to pull him that way, he plants his feet and starts shaking all over, a low whine building in his throat. His ears go flat, and he looks at you with these terrified eyes, like you're leading him to his death. The worst part, the moment that made all of this feel like it was closing in on us, happened just a couple of weeks ago. My cousin and I were sitting on the back porch. We were talking about it, trying to make sense of it all, trying to joke about it to make it less scary. It was a stupid thing to do. She laughed, a nervous, shaky laugh, and said, "Maybe we should just go down there and call its name. See what happens." She didn't shout it. She just said it in a normal talking voice. The second the words left her mouth, something in the trees reacted. From the lower forest, down the ledge where we never go, there was a sound. A heavy, dragging rustle, like something big was moving through the undergrowth. It wasn't a deer. Deer are light and quick. This was slow, purposeful, and strong. You could hear branches snapping, and it was close, closer than any of the sounds had ever been before. It sounded like it was right at the base of the ledge, maybe 10-15 yards into the tree line. We both froze. The joking mood vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp terror that left us breathless. We didn't say a word. We just looked at each other, our eyes wide, and then we scrambled off the porch and ran inside, locking the door behind us. That was the moment it became real in a new way. It wasn't just something we saw. It was something that listened. It heard us, and it answered. That's where we are now. We're scared. Really, truly scared. It feels like whatever is down there is getting bolder. The sightings, the sounds, the way the dog acts, it's all connected. It's all pointing to something in that lower forest that is awake and paying attention to us. The forest holds its breath when it's near, and now we're holding ours too, waiting for whatever happens next. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it wants. I just know that it's there, between those two birch trees, and it's not going away.